Maybe, but, I guess not. Thank you, Highberry. God. Yeah, I don't know why this keeps happening on this microphone. Well, I know why it keeps happening, I'm just like, okay. You think that the spirits have been fouling on whether someone follows customs anymore? Yeah, there I am. Sharper than you look, eh? The Saints weren't the first to watch over Tassing. My father knew that. Old Old Rana Kemper knew that. Rana Kemper, the late husband of Tilla. Hey, Jay. How's it going? That bastard Abbott may not like it, but some of us keep the traditions alive. Yeah, well, it's like I have my microphone hooked into something that doesn't retain, that isn't always on. So every time I turn it off and then back on again, voice meter loses it for some reason. I need to figure out how, there's a way to kind of make sure it keeps that setting. Yeah, I don't know what to do about that yet. What do these traditions entail? It's going alright. Starting a brand new game. When you get up in the night to take a piss, go around the right side of the house and never go back the same way. What? That way the witches don't steal your soul. Oh, how interesting. I should go. Alright. God bless you. Yeah, this is a basically it's a medieval a medieval adventure. Kind of a point and click, but also kind of an RPG. That's kind of rooted in like investigation and, you know, multiple lines of dialogue and good morning, Andros. Morning, Big Jorg. Big Jorg. A great name. How's it going? You working today? Just taking a rest for a bit. Dad's still in the field. He hit a big rock with a plow, and it took me Lord knows how long to pull it out. You off to the Abbey? Rest every day but Sunday. Right. Thank God for Sundays. Feels like a storm's coming, no? Feels like fresh alpine air to me. You've been traveling too much. Where was it you spent your wander before you came to Tassing? Wandering years, during which a journeyman, artist, or craftsman travels far and wide to improve their skills. Okay, pick a... Okay, so I either spent time in Basel, and there's some Italian and French, and in reference cultural touchstones from Basel, such as Bern, Zurich, or Freiburg. Flanders, I know Dutch and French. In reference cultural touchstones from Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent. Italy. Knows a little Italian, knows Italian, a little Greek, and can reference cultural touchstones from Florence, Venice, and Milan. Well, you know what? I like the sort of the Flemish background. your background that I fit. Antwerp were just at the end. All the great art cities of Flanders. Where's that? North and west, down by the sea. There's your problem. The sea air has confused a sense of smell. Spend enough time in these mountains and you'll be able to smell a storm coming. How long will that take? 10, 15 years? I don't think I have that long, Big Georg. What'd you spend all that time in Flanders doing, anyway? Other than art, I mean. I could have been a hedonist. I could have been a craftsman, a bookworm, a rapscallion. Andreas has a penchant for getting involved in petty schemes, pranks, major crimes, and fistfights. I like that. I like this a lot. Minor crimes and fistfights, I'm sorry. Major crimes. Yeah, I wouldn't be here if it was major crimes. I don't know, hedonism sounds alright. Let me see here. I think... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter what I pick. I'm gonna go bookworm. Well, maybe it does. Reading, mostly. I'm talking about books. Couldn't get enough of it. Flanders has some of the most incredible manuscript illustrators in Christendom. And the books they produce are treasures, every one. I didn't realize that books meant that much to you. I've seen Father Thomas's Bible and a few other books. I haven't had much use for reading, though. Father Thomas. That's Father Thomas. Anyway, I have to get going. Georg, let's go. It's already acting like I'm taking too long, even though I did all the work to get that rock out. See you later, Andreas. See you later. We gotta keep going. Commons. What do we got? Hello, Andreas. Okay, there's... The blacksmith is there. Anders Schmidt's smithy. It's so much smaller than the one he uses at the Abbey. We'll go that way. Yeah, this is a lot more point and click than I expected. But... Ah, you mistimed your kimchi, so it's not ready to settle until at least another hour. Martin, please, can you give me a hand here? What do you want? I'm keeping an eye on them. That looks a lot like standing there and doing nothing. Martin, for Christ's sakes, help your cousin. Ah, morning, Andres. Excuse us, one of the fence rails fell and the sheep started hopping it. Did I offer to... Something I can do to help? Have you ever handled sheep before? Well, no. Then no, but thank you. Appreciate of you to offer. Okay. Alright, Hagrid, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for the lurk as well. Oh, look, there's something going on up at the Steinauer's place. What? Who's that on the horse? Looks rich. I don't know, Martin, but Lucky is giving him an earful. Christ, I haven't seen Lucky that worked up since Peter and Clara's wedding, when Johann pulled his pants down. Okay. Thanks for all the context clues. Not two of my man's teeth hacked. You don't want to feel the strength behind a stonemason's anger. You think he's a noble? He looks really rich. Damn it, Martin. Stay out of trouble for once. What, Aunt Hetty? Behave yourself. Don't we have enough to deal with right now? Andreas, if you wouldn't mind moving your skinny little body up the road, we need to get these sheep under control. Of course. See you later. There. Andreas. So, are there... Okay, so there's basically two pathways I can take here. Go to the church in Druckers. Something else I can do back here? Like, interact with, No, I can't interact with them at all. Alright. Without Strucker. I'm supposed to be eating dinner with. Morning, Andres. How's it going? Morning, Klaus. Another day at the Abbey. Another few hours to work on my masterpiece. Good to hear. You still coming by for supper tonight? Marie and Bert would love to see you. Marie is his wife, Bert's his son. You really need to see these new woodcuts I have for an Italian edition of to Eulenspiegel. Titular character of a popular 15th century book. Hill is a prankster, continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He's also quite skilled at tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. Oh, what? What? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I didn't realize Father Thomas let you print books in Italian. Come on, Andreas, he's not that strict. I know he's just trying to protect people from... adventure stories of questionable moral repute. Never see. He doesn't mind those so much, actually. No? As long as they don't get too carnal. Ooh. Supper tonight after Vespers? Of course, thank you. Great. I'll tell Marie and Bert you're coming. See you then. See you later. Alright, so we move on. God bless Master Mallow. I hope your week is going well. Thank you, Father. It's going quite well. I'm just on my way up the hill to get to work. Good, good. Andreas, I don't recall seeing you at Sunday morning Mass. You understand how important it is for your salvation that you receive Holy Communion, don't you? just stayed up too late on Saturday. I don't want to get in an argument with them about this. And has many duties. Father Thomas should appreciate how hard you work to help the Abbey. Looks everyone in town works hard, though. Andreas, this is about more than your success in their life. There's enough. Oh my, what a blessed day to receive such an illustrious visitor. Master Mallow, this is Lorenz, Baron of Rothwold, a great lord from the countryside near Worms? Worms. Which is probably not the way to pronounce that. Prosperous imperial free city in the western part of the empire, located on the Rhine River. Worms has been the site of many imperial... I don't know if that's diets or diets. Many imperial diets. Good to see you, Father Thomas. It is nice to be remembered fondly. We wish all of your neighbors were as welcoming. Well, yes. What brings you back to our little town? My wife and I were returning from a trip to Venice. We spent a few days in Innsbruck, and it was terribly dull. Venice, one of the most powerful republics on the Italian peninsula. Sitting on the northwest coast of the Adriatic Sea, Venice is a major center for commerce and art in southern Europe. Innsbruck is the capital of the Austrian city of Tyrol, Austrian county of Tyrol, and a major stop on the imperial road connecting Italy and Bavaria. It's the closest major city to Kirsau Abbey and Tassing. Notably, it was also the site of witch trials in 1485. I mean, it has a certain charm common to these Alpine cities, but the place was crawling with nobles. Oh, hold on a second. The Emperor. He was here? Did you see him? Oh, briefly. He was sending for a portrait at the time. Quite lovely. I didn't want to bother him or the painter. Imperial Dia is an assembly of 3 colleges of the Imperial Estates of the Holy Roman Empire, the Prince Electors, the Prince and Dukes, the representatives of imperial cities. They meet to deliberate on matters of importance to the Empire. I'm sure you know who was the artist. I'm sure you know him. And he's an older man from Nuremberg, but with enough of a reputation to make the Emperor. I'm sorry, my lord. I'm not sure who you mean. Have you heard of Albert Dürer? Have you heard of Albert Dürer? Pity. I thought he was known around the Empire. A renowned painter and printmaker from Nuremberg, he is revered in Venice as well as the Holy Roman Empire. Since 1512, he has enjoyed the patronage of Emperor Maximilian I across the Empire. Anyway, my wife wanted to stay a bit longer in Innsbruck, and I decided to make a visit here. I decided to make it right ahead to make a visit to Kirsau. I heard Father Matthias died shortly after my last visit, of course. Abbot of Kirsau before Father Gernot, widely respected by the monks and nuns as well as people of Tassing. Known for his kindness and his love of books. A great loss for the Abbey and for us all. Indeed. By good fortune, I recently came across a copy of the Historia Tassiae he was reading during my last visit. Account of the early history of Tassing. Kirsau's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy. Baron von Rothvogel brought another to the Abbey as a gift. Okay. Cool. Father Matthias was hoping to find a second copy to corroborate the contents of the first. It contains some fascinating details about the history of this place. I'm afraid that might even cause a bit of a scandal. Ah, yes. But I must be off. There'll be time enough to discuss Tassing's past later. Commissioned a manuscript from the Abbey to Father Gernot, and I have to come check on its progress. Oh, my lord! If you've come to see your manuscript, You should speak with young Master Mallow here. Not quite a true master yet. I still have to marry and be approved by our city council. Andreas is a journeyman artist from Nuremberg. For the next few months, he's also helping in the Abbey's scriptorium. The scriptorium is a room for writing, illustrating, and illuminating manuscripts. But typically associated with monasteries, they disappeared from almost all abbeys by the 16th century. Nuremberger artists working in an abbey scriptorium? In 1518? Oh, we should talk, Andreas. I must know the story. Of course, my lord. It would be an honor. Wonderful. It's so rare to find someone in the countryside who knows anything about art. Thank you for the introduction, Father Thomas. Come to supper at the Abbey tonight. I'm inviting you to the Abbot's table. Did the Abbot invite me? Oh, don't worry about it, Father. Just show up after Vespers. What is he going to do? Refuse us? Excellent. We'll see you again. We'll see you then. Chaos, I'm dismounting. Run ahead of us and take the horses to the Abbey's guest house. I'd like to take my time talking with Master Mallow. I'll see you there. At once, my lord. So then, a journeyman from Nuremberg. Forgive me for saying so, but you seem a little old to not yet be a master. Are you unmarried? No, I'm not married, but in truth I came to my vocation later than my father and brothers. I was in university for a number of years. In Erfurt. Erfurt is one of the most populous cities in the Empire, and is located near its heart. It's been home to a respected university since 1379. It is a center for humanist thought. Erfurt! Wonderful. Same university as Martin Luther. Have you read his works? Tremendous mind. Professor of theology at the University of Wittenberg. Controversial on his opinions on the church's sale of indulgences to forgive sin, which were recently published and distributed throughout the empire. There's things about the church that should have been said years ago. Might get him into trouble, but he's a brave, brilliant man. Wait, you may have even met him, did you? You must tell me. Ah, no. He was a few years ahead of me. Gosh, I'm not sure how to answer this. I agree wholeheartedly. It simply must meet him if I get the chance. None of the good brothers of the Abbey have heard of him. But they've even read his list of 95 theses against the church. 95 theses. A list of propositions against church practice of selling indulgences for the remission of sin. Written in 1517 by Martin Luther. Father Matthias was not about having a lively debate. No, Father Gnor does not disappoint in that regard. But enough about Luther for now. Tell me about your university studies. Forgive me, Baron, but did you attend university? You seem very well educated. No. My father was merely wealthy enough to have provided me with all of the books and tutors a child could dream of. I love all knowledge, from Aristotle and Cicero to Ficino and Erasmus. Greek philosopher and student of Plato, renowned as polymath, he wrote a variety of subjects, works extensively cited by scholars, and even more work is attributed to him than he could have ever written. Of course, Erasmus of Rotterdam, a Dutch priest and philosopher who is preeminent among northern humanists. He is known for his works in Latin and Greek, as well as his calls for reform within the church. Ficino, Marsilio Ficino, was a 15th century Italian priest and humanist and was one of the leading figures of the Italian Renaissance, known for his translation of the works of Plato into Latin. This was a statesman, scholar, lawyer, and renowned orator of the late Roman Republic. He is revered for both his contributions to Latin literature and his skill at rhetoric. Ah! Everyone between and yet to come. And yet to come. I may have misjudged the Baron. He seemed as well-read as any university student. In truth, I am simply happy to speak with another well-educated man. Now then, did you earn your doctorate? Oh, the font changed. No, I didn't. Only a master's degree. I started working toward a doctorate, but I didn't finish. Oh, that's a shame. Well, what was your area of study? Theology. An understanding of Catholic theology, biblical knowledge, canon law, heresies, and similar subjects. Andreas knows the basics of the fractional systems of laws that govern the various states of the Holy Roman Empire. Andreas is familiar with the basics of human biology, medicine, and illness. All things medical, studying the latest and greatest texts coming out of Italy. Yes, the Italians continue to innovate in that area. Extraordinary, really. Fascinating works. Who knows what secrets we may learn about the human body in the decades to come. You. If I had any faith, I would have prayed you'd never show your face here again. Curse you, Lorenz Rothvogel. Urged as dogs tearing you to pieces would be too kind of fate. Okay. These rustic communities display a shocking last of hospitality, don't you think? What's that about? Who knows? By the time I finish guessing, the old crone will probably be dead. Well, what of your early time in university? Every student must study the trivium and quadrivium, yes? Did you have a favorite subject? Latin? Logician? Latinist, logician, orator, occultist? Heavens and earth. The occult, huh? Tempting. Tempting. Logician is pretty good too. Knowles is so endangered out of theoretical and practical knowledge on alchemy, astrology, theurgy, necromancy, and various magical rites and ceremonies. Gosh. Spatial analysis. Logician and occultist are the strongest ones. I think I'm gonna go with logician. Logic, geometry, and arithmetic. Quite interesting for an artist. Was Aristotle's organon the foundation of your study? Yes, the organon for logic and Euclid's elements for geometry. But the past few centuries have yielded wonderful new texts on logic. Peter Abelard provided the foundation for the scholastic philosophy and established the primacy of Aristotle's work. 12th century French teacher, philosopher, and theologian, known for his philosophical work in logic and his theological work in atonement theory. He is also remembered for his love affair with a student, the renowned Benedictine nun, abbess, and scholar Heloise de Argenteuil. The Englishman William of Oshcombe gave us the Summa Logicae. arguing nominalism against Platonic realism. William of Ockham, and of course Thomas Aquinas gave us the tools to employ both faith and reason in the pursuit of truth. All monks and friars, of course. A great deal of work to force Aristotle to fit within the Church's vision of truth. Is that so wrong? I question that these great men should have had to wrestle logic into what the Church established by fiat and force. In your other studies, was there anything you excelled at? Yeah, we're gonna go. I used my access to the university's library to pursue more esoteric interests. Oh, esoteric how? Mystical texts, books on alchemy, invoking spirits, divination. Purely academic, of course. Of course. It started with Ficino's Corpus Hermeticum, and my interest only deepened from there. Compilation of 17 religious and philosophical treatises encompassing the soteriology of Hermes, the Trismegistus, or the thrice great Hermes. The centuries-old texts reflect Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish traditions and ideas that were translated into Latin in the late 15th century by Marsilio Ficino and Lodovico Lazzarelli. There we go. Quite interesting, Andreas. I'll have to make time to speak with you on this topic, more on this topic during my stay. Yes, that's why we'll talk about it later. There's the Abbey. I have good memories of this place, and of Father Matthias. I was sad to hear of his passing. How did you come to know him? How did you come to know of Kiersau at all? My family have been patrons for Kiersau for, oh, I don't know how many generations. Some years ago I heard that Kiersau still had a wonderful library and artisans. Professional artists have taken over most manuscript production, so I was shocked to find an active scriptorium here. Much left of it these days. 2 old men, a young scribe, and me. This is as good a place as any to create art. Artists that remain here are quite talented, if a bit old-fashioned. Well, Kiersau is more than a bit old-fashioned. Some of my friends think I'm mad for commissioning a manuscript from an abbey in this day and age. But, well, my family have been patrons of Kiersau for generations. Seems wrong to stop now while they're still selling here. Commissioned a manuscript for Father Gannot along a year ago. I thought I would stop by and check on the progress. Wait, are you the artist working on it? It's a prayer book with 20 illustrations. I know the work, but no. I do know the artist well. The venerable brother Piero. That's Piero. That's Chappie. How venerable. He still has the wits and his skills, if that's what concerns you. Brother Piero has an incredible talent with color. And I very much look forward to seeing it. Lots of talking in this game. Michaelis, tend to the horses and the baggage. I'm heading up to the Abbey. Yes, my lord. Well, let's not keep the abbot waiting any longer. Nuns. Quite unusual for a Benedictine house to have monks and nuns, even if they are separated. Benedictines are a Christian monastic order that observed vows of obedience, poverty, chastity, and stability under the rule of Saint Benedict of Nursia. Church closed most of them centuries ago. And Kiersau is a place out of time in more ways than one. You know Mother Cecilia? She seemed to recognize you. We were acquainted. Yes, let's leave it at that. Ah, you must be Father Gnors. I am Lorenz, Baron of... Yes, the Baron of Rothvogel. So wonderful to have you here again. We actually did meet on your last visit. Ah, if you say so. I'm not good with remembering faces. Please forgive me, my lord, but I wasn't expecting you for another few days. Yes, I know, but I wrote ahead. I just couldn't wait to see my manuscript. I'm sure it's no trouble. Well, yes, I mean, no, it's no trouble. Did you want to see it now? Oh, in a moment. I could do with a bit of refreshment. May I grab something from the kitchen? Yes, yes, certainly, my lord. I will meet you there. Andres, I don't know what you were doing with the Baron, but I need you in the scriptorium now. To work. Yeah. I should have asked him about an advance for the Griffith taxes. Maybe I could just convince Brother Matthew to pay me early. Ah. God bless you, Andreas. Has your voice recovered from Easter Mass, Rodigger? Oh yes, it was a bit of a strain, but a worthy sacrifice. Well, the Lord could give us his all on if the Lord could give us his all on Easter. Exactly. Have a good day in the scriptorium. Have a good day singing. Where is the scriptorium? God bless you, Andres. Have a sacristy today, Matthew. The same as yesterday. Lunar Cat 77, thank you for the raid. How are you? welcome to the channel. It's Kairos. Welcome, Lunar Cat. You were playing Overwatch 2. Alright, cool deal. Thank you for the follow as well. I'm just getting started on Pentiment, which is kind of a point-and-click adventure RPG that's kind of set in medieval Bavaria. Usually I play a lot of retro games, a lot of retro aesthetic games, a lot of retro style games, but this is a new game that just came out today. It's by probably one of my favorite RPG designers, Josh Sawyer, who did wrote for Fallout, Fallout 2, Fallout New Vegas, Pillars of Eternity, and all sorts of work in computer RPGs over the years. And this is kind of one of his, basically one of his dream projects. And it's very, just to let you know in advance, it's very talky. It's very dialogue driven, but it's pretty interesting so far. Does my vocation seem silly to you, Master Mahler? No, I was just being friendly. Then go in peace, friend, knowing that the Abbey's treasures are secure for another day. God be with you. Oh, one more thing. I have a favor to ask you. Yes, Andres? I was hoping you could give me my pay for the latest manuscript early. This isn't part of the agreement you made with Father Gano. Right. You'll be paid on completion of each additional manuscript you illuminate, not before. They have a few pages left for them if you... I'll finish them in the next few days anyway. Basically, I'm trying to talk them... trying to talk them into, pay me because my rent was raised at the place that I'm staying right now. I think you can wait a few days to collect your wages. The Abbey runs through mutual agreements, not haphazard payments. Breaking such contracts would cause undue trouble not only for Gearsal, but for Tassing as well. Is that why Father Abbot has increased taxes on the Gürtners? What is this about, Andreas? The Gürtners have asked me for their rent early so they can pay their taxes to the Abbey. I see. Very well. Do not ask this of me again, Andreas Smaller. Well, okay. Here you are. I shall note this of Father Gano and Prior Prior Ferenc. Sorry, sometimes these fonts are a little tough to sort of parse. God bless you, Andreas. In fact, I'm probably gonna fix this. Alright, now that I got my payment, I can give Claire the rent early. Oh, yeah, how was your stream, actually? Now that I have a moment, I'll give it to her directly to make sure she receives it. Or, yeah. Excuse me just a second. Oh. Also, for what it's worth, this game has big head mode. Just like every good game of the 90s. But yeah, I have no idea. It's because Sawyer thought it was funny. Oh, I don't know why, but my eyes are suddenly watering. Sorry, folks. Alright, we are gonna go... Yeah, I know. I have to go all the way back. Oh. I can kind of observe flowers as well, which is cool. How can I observe that? All right. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Claire. I have something for you. Oh? This should be enough to get to pay my rent and the tax you owe the Abbey. Andreas, this is far more than your rent payment. We can't accept this. Please, Claire. That's the least I can do. You and Peter have been such gracious hosts. Andreas, how did you even find so much coin? Are you sure you'll have enough to spare for yourself? I convinced Brother Matthew to pay me a bit early. I wanted to be sure you could pay your taxes in time. Bless you 1,000 times, Andreas. You don't know what this means to us. Probably not best to mention it. Of course. I won't mention it to anyone. Still, thank you. I'll let you move on with your day. God bless you. Until later. Alright, let's get out of here. Back to work. Supposedly. Supposedly back to work. Who knows what kind of weird stuff they're gonna throw at us, in any case. Meadow? Yeah, this is the way. Shrine to Saint Moritz. The statue looks ancient. That's right, that's the patron saint of Tassing. His figures in this shrine to Saint Christopher are nice. Quite nice. The 14 holy helpers, Saint Christopher's invoked his protection against the plague and to safeguard travelers. He is often pictured as a large man with a staff carrying the child Jesus across his back, on his back across a swollen river. A swollen river. Alright. Hello, horses. Alright, where is the scriptorium at? Oh, thank you. Yeah, thanks my old buddy from college. There's a scriptorium. So. Yeah, so this is definitely a different change of pace from a lot of stuff that he usually does, or that a lot of the folks that he plays with usually does, but yeah, you know. It's going alright though, so far. Good day, Andreas. How's your morning going, brother guy? It's fine. More contracts for the abbot. Would you rather be making what would you rather be making? Contracts or manuscripts? I honestly don't care, Andreas. As long as the abbot is impressed, you can have me write the first chapter of Genesis until Judgment Day. Does the abbot's opinion mean that much to you? The abbots and the priors, both. Yeah, thank you again for the raid. You're lucky. When you're done with this, you're going home. I'll never get to see Burgundy again. I need to make the best of the next 40 years. Powerful former duchy of eastern France became a province in 1477, known for its wine, art, monasteries, and courtly fashion. I'll leave you to it. Bless you, Andres. How are you feeling today, brother Adolf? All mill. That's easy. I'm well. Well done, my son. It's early. I'll give you a harder one later. I look forward to all of your anagrams, brother Adolf. Literal nut. Ah, yes, until then. Okay. Oh, there's Piero. Andreas, God bless you. Good to see you. Good morning, brother Piero. Good to see you as well. I don't like this weather. My bones ache. It means a storm is coming. Big George Gertner says if you live 10 or 15 years, you can smell storms coming. Brother Adok has been here long enough that we can always smell him coming. Do not forget, brother God, the fate of the youths who jeered the aged prophet Elisha outside of Bethel. Are you comparing yourself to a prophet, brother Adok? I'm comparing you to an impudent youth whom the Lord, in his ineffable wisdom, may choose to strike down. Brother guy, could you please show... Calm yourself, Brother Radio. I am old, Andreas. Every slight against me stings with the fire of 1,000 wasps. But I will pray to God for the strength to endure this wickedness. Well, everyone seems quite lively. I suppose it means Prior Ferneck is not overseeing us today. Ferneck? He was here, but then he heard Lorenz Rothvogel had arrived, and he hurried out like a little mouse. Renka's so desperate to impress the abbot and nobles like Rothvogel. It's pathetic. You feign kindness to Father Abbot nor Prior only to speak about them like this behind their backs. It's shameful. Oh no, Baron Rothvogel, his manuscript. I just realized that he'll want to see his manuscript. How silly of me. Of course that's why he's visiting. Perhaps if you were younger and faster, you wouldn't need to worry so much about the patron's visits. Guys, someday you will stand where Piero is, and the young monk will stand where you are now. Anyway, what's the problem? Baron is just one client. He has to wait like everyone else. Andreas, Baron Rothvogel is not like anyone else. He has powerful friends, including the Prince Bishop of Tassing, religious and secular ruler of the scattered territories of the Holy Roman Empire, including the lands containing Tassing and Kirsau Abbey. Kirsau is already out of favor. Father Abbot does not want to have to deal with more attention. Well, Prior Ferneck isn't here. I'm going to work on my masterpiece until he arrives. Oh, that's right. I need to reference the Indir Mauer manuscript. Prominent family of Swiss Confederacy in Austria. A book, the Indir Mauer manuscript, the Book of Hours. Your hair looks messy today. Did you get enough sleep? What do you mean? Did you sleep alone, or... What do you want to know? It would be nice to have something to think about during divine reading. What? Lectio Divina is the thoughtful reading and meditation on Scripture. The practice leads to prayer and contemplation. It is the daily part of life within the Benedictine communities. Have you considered the Lord? Did I just in the book? Oh, that's all that way. That's all that way upstairs. Can't you get by without it? I'm sorry, but I really can't. I need it. I need to reference it for my work. Really, my feet hurt. The stairs are so steep. I'm just going to ask Illuminata to get it. Mr. Illuminata! Oh. Andres needs help finding a book, and I don't know where it is. What? Andres. Mr. Illuminata. I'd like to borrow the Indir Mauer manuscript, the Book of Hours. Like illustrated manuscript illuminated manuscript that contains the abbreviated form of the prayers for the confined office, in addition to other religious texts. Most are relatively plain, but wealthy patrons often commission lavish examples with elaborate illustrations. Yes, I overheard. Here, please return it promptly. Thanks. Ugh. Andres, may I see how your masterpiece is done? Of course. Your opinion is always welcome. Yes, the composition is lovely. There's a joyful spirit in the arrangement of the figures. The contrast of colors is also quite nice. Rich and beautiful on their own, but not overpowering the scene. It's an excellent interpretation of someone else's work. What do you want? Where are you in this work? You think that if you'll do a good job if you thoughtlessly imitate another artist's work? What does this painting represent? It's November. In November, we show peasants leading the pigs into the forest to forage on acorns before the slaughter. Andreas, the peasants here are no longer allowed to forage acorns in the forest. Many great lords and abbots across the empire have forbidden it, even Father Guinot. What difference does it make? This is the way November is painted, but not the way November is. Art is illusion, storytelling, but in their most sublime form, these images illuminate a path to truth. It's important for me that my clients are happy. They won't pay me for truth. It's most important for me that my clients are happy. Yes, but with God's grace, this book of hours will outlive us all. What will it say to those who see it in a future generation, centuries beyond our comprehension? Some will gaze deep into your lines and pains to seek a deeper meaning. What will they find? But you need not listen to my opinions. These are just the thoughts of one old monk. There's no place for monastic chivalry anymore. In truth, this room is a place at a time. Why is that? Why has Kearsarge kept us up for so long? Some people, some places, have a difficult time of letting go of the past. I am not among them. The creation of books, of art, is no longer the province of monasteries. So be it. More people will be able to write, more people will be able to read, and in so doing, be brought to truth. I think there will always be a place for artists like you and Brother Adolf. And Brother Guy. It's kind of you to say so, Andres. But you need not be concerned for me. I've lived a long life and I'm happy to have served the Lord. When he calls for me, I'm ready. One second. Shut up. Well. Sorry about that. Ugh. Where's the time gone? It's already terse. Monastic hour corresponding to 9 a.m. One of the little hours of prayer. Church precedes Mass and the chapter meeting. Too much talk. I must ask forgiveness for not honoring the rule. Little Saint Benedict Nursia is a book of instructions for monks living together under the guidance of an abbot. Written in the 6th century, the rule provides principles for living a monastic life. Until later, Andreas. Until later. What are you doing? What is that? Just sneaking around, skulking about. What's going on in here? Andreas, what was that noise? Oh, sorry, Sister Lumina. I knocked a bowl of paint on the floor. Then Prior, Fahrenheit came in, wrote in one of his books, slammed it closed, and left. He was in such a hurry that I don't think he even noticed me. He was slamming books shut. Prior Fahrenheit should know better than that. Some of these manuscripts are quite delicate. Fully agree. All books should be treated with the utmost care. Many contain precious wisdom that can aid even the unenlightened. and unenlightened and growing closer to God. They should be protected and cared for. This is why books should not be taken out of the library unless it's necessary for divine reading or work in the scriptorium. Clear chronicle of history of the universe from creation to 1082, written by the Irish monk Marianus Scotus. No, angry is not an appropriate response for a nun. The fact that remains that you tricked me into giving you that book for no valid reason. Not valid? Is it not valid to want to see the work of one of the great Irish scribes? One who wrote the masterworks that now graces libraries at Cologne, Fulda, and Mainz? A large free city, or imperial city on the River Rhine. It's a major hub for commerce between Italy and the Netherlands. It's also a popular site for pilgrims, as its cathedral contains the relics of the three wise men represented as their as crowns on their arms. Well, okay. No, it's not. Not unless it pertains to your work or the abbot permits it. Now, if you'll excuse me. Wait, what's all this fuss about Lorenz Rothvogel? Why is Prior Fairneck so nervous? Okay. I know who Lorenz is. Lorenz? I didn't know you were familiar with the man, to use his Christian name. Anyway, I haven't dealt with him personally, but Prior and Father Abbot have. I know that he's purchased a number of our most valuable manuscripts over the years. And he's paid enough to help the Abbey when we needed it. Like what? What did he buy? Oh, I can't remember, you know? I have my own responsibilities to attend to. About this, Andreas, if you help me recover some missing books, I'll tell you what I know about the Baron. I understand, but there's rarely a time when I'm in the scriptorium and the brothers are not present. Thank you. It's for the good of the Abbey. Where should I begin? Out there where you and your cohort have carelessly strewn books around the scriptorium. I'll tell you what books I'm looking for. Find them and return them to me. Okay. First two books are two volumes of the Aeneid. Okay. Reddish covers 14 inches by 10 inches, 3 inches thick. There's a fair amount of wear on these. I hope you don't mind. These volumes were old even when Pierre started to make the copies. How long ago was that? 3 years. Yeah, it's not one of my favorite stories, but I understand why it appeals to Piero. Well, we all have our vocations. Father Piero takes his work seriously than most of the others in the Abbey. You clearly take your chosen vocation seriously. Andreas, I didn't have a choice in my vocation. Few women do. Appreciate that you understand how limited our roles and choices truly are. Even in stories we were raised to be rescued and wed. Cruel seducers of men are wise in thrones. Like Dido, we ordinary women are merely tools in the tales of men. We can never be the protagonists of our own stories. No woman is except from that. It's from the Empress to the nun. From the Empress to a nun, it is our lot. Dang. Dang. Now I suppose I understand why you're not fond of it. Fine poetry. For men. Yeah, the books, if you please. Sure. Take some books. Next, Richard Guerin. This is a printed copy. Green cover, diamond pattern. Italian chivalric romance written by Andrea da Barberino in the early 15th century. I do not have the size on the ledger. Hopefully the description is enough. Green cover, diamond pattern. I know the one you were talking about. Brother Adiok was reading it. Was he? Oh. Here it is. The beauty of this book truly belies its ridiculous content. I'm surprised the Abbey owns a copy. Well, it belongs to Amadeo Roscoe of Lugano. It's a Venetian edition that's quite valuable. Highly contested Swiss market town in the southwestern Alps. He loaned it to us 5 years ago. It was subsequently lost, and the abbot has received 3 letters about it. I've certainly seen the brothers enjoying it. That book is not appropriate reading for Benedictine monks. A baby is sold to pirates, raised a servant, and lives a life of adventure, wooing princesses and fighting in tournaments. You forgot the best part. In the end, Gorin learns he has royal blood. Son of a duke. He reigns as king and dies a pious hermit. What's not to love? Benedictines should be dreaming of reconciliation with our Lord, not lusty adventures. I suppose you're right. It's better suited to knaves like me. Not my place to recommend anyone for reading stories, least of all you, Andreas. Still, we must be on guard. Fantasy leads to temptation. Temptation has led to the downfall of many men and women. Sometimes, yes, but it's like this. It's all the same type of fantasy, isn't it? Die better than we were born. And what's the problem with that? Why shouldn't a peasant dream of being a king? There's neither Jew nor Greek, nor slave nor free, no male nor female. We are all one in Christ Jesus. You may be one in Christ, but we're not equal in this world. It isn't this world that you should be concerned with, Andreas. But the book, Andreas, we must return it. Or would you like the abbot to receive a 4th letter? Understand, I hate to lose a book and never get it back. It would be like losing a limb. Or maybe perhaps a small limb, or my little finger. Regardless of the size of the importance of body part in question, I understand and appreciate it. It's not my goal to deprive the brothers of their joy, but return Amadeo Roscoe's property. The book, please. Alright, sure. Sure, I'll deliver the book. There's only one book left. Then you will be freed from bondage. A dark red cover. 8 inches high, 5 inches across, 2 inches thick. Okay, here we go. Now that I think about it, the guy's always been guarded about this book, like he was hiding it. Very good. Bring it here. What's this, anyway? Ah, it's in French. The soul that God touched, empty of sin in the first state of grace. What is this? Why are you asking so many questions? Just give it to me. I haven't asked so many questions. I've asked one question twice and you haven't answered me. I have good reason not to answer you. Three French bishops condemned the books. The book, all copies were to be burned. Its author shared the same fate. Dang. What? Why? No, Andreas. It isn't my fault to question the judgment of one bishop, much less 3. And before you ask, no, I haven't read it. But I know it contains a dialogue between love and reason. So the book is dangerous. When did the bishops condemn it? Is this, perhaps 200 years ago? Dang. What? Why? Why is it still here? Because Father Matthias loved books. All books. He didn't want to see it destroyed. And he was right to do so. Books shouldn't be destroyed even if their content isn't questioned. The Holy Church does not share your opinion. It is their law we must contend with, not your emotions. My place to question the former abbot's decision. When Father Gano learned it was in our possession, he wanted it destroyed. How did Father Gano even learn that the book was here? Mother Cecilia made note of it in the inventory when she was the librarian. Must the book be destroyed? No one even knows that it's here. I do. So did Mother Cecilia and Father Gano. What? Why not? What are you going to do with it? Read it and become a French heretic. That's not funny. I'm serious. Give me that book or our deal is forfeit. I won't tell you anything about Baron Rothvogel. Consider the sound theological reasons for allowing this book to exist. I appeal your duty as the librarian of this abbey not to destroy the book. I propose a compromise. I will take the book from the abbey, far away. It'll be gone by the time Father Gano asks about it, and if you like, you can say I stole it. I doubt he'll make a fuss about me stealing a book he wanted destroyed. I don't like this, Andreas. It feels wrong in my heart. It feels right enough in my heart for both of us? I don't think so. That doesn't make any sense. What? More sound than a common condemnation than from 3 bishops of Paris. I mean... Did you leave university voluntarily, or were you expelled? Duty is to God and the vows I made, the rule. But you love books as well. I know you do. There we go. Andreas, I love God. Books contain knowledge that can help bring us closer to His truth. I do not love books as things, but I love that books can convey God's truth. It's my honest place to judge your love of books, but it is love we share. It's not a love we share. Does the gospel not say hate the sin, love the Bible, which means book? No, it does not. So be it. Yeah, I'm keeping that book. Ah, Sibel, sexed. The brothers will be sitting down soon. Okay, so this is basically lunchtime. I should see if Otto is around and still wants to eat with me. I think he's working by the guest house below the abbey. What Prior Fredek was doing with this book? In the Library University of 5 churches, the Hungarians call it H. That's where Fredek is from. Doctor of Theology, George O'Bra. Heard of this? Ah, the Speculum Astronomenae. Astronomenae. Albertus Magnus's Defense of Astrology. Magnus is for Defense of Astrology. Bastard script. Burgundian? Flemish. Not from here, not recently. That's definitely, Bernick's handwriting between the lines and the margins. Is he notating his text for his personal use? In any case, it's thorough commentary. What's this? It looks so scribbled. Not like Ferenc to be so sloppy. They didn't even blot the ink dry. Libra, Capricorn, Aries, all astrological symbols. What's written below? Huh, maybe I should learn Greek at some point. Can't make sense of any of this. Suppose I'll figure it out in due time, but I'll copy all this down and reference later. Ah, alright. Oh, wrong way. We're going to the... Lower Abbey, down by the guest house. Go away, Andreas. Can't you see I'm busy? Mind your own business. Martin? Good day, Master Miller. Ah, Andreas. Good to see you. I trust Clara gave you my message. Afternoon, Idris. Otto. Clara did give me your message. Sorry I missed you this morning. I was still asleep when you came by. Ah, the abbot literally lets you get away with anything, doesn't he? Leave him be, Otto. I'm hungry. Let's pray. Bless us, O Lord, and these, your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Okay. We got food. Yeah, y'all got cinnamon rolls. Too bad, thanks. But damn hands. What's up, Trom? Damn hands splitting timber to replace a bad beam in the abbot's house. I'm getting started on Pentiment. Brand new, game for, Xbox and PC. It's on Game Pass now. It's from, Obsidian. It's basically a medieval detective RPG in a lot of ways. The actual detectiving part really hasn't started yet, but apparently there's about to be a murder. Out of an injury. It just galls me that the abbot bleeds us dry and we're expected to work here when it suits him. Not all that bad. I get a lot of work from the abbey. Casting pilgrims' badges isn't really smithing, but I don't mind. Anyway, I saw you walking with that Baron, Rough Vogel, in the meadow on the way up here. What's that all about? I think he may be here to pressure Brother Pierre to finish a manuscript he's working on. Yeah. I don't like the idea of Pierre being pressured by anyone. He's too old for that. He's a nobleman. Everything must happen on their time. Just like with the abbot. His work always comes first, and damn the common folk. Well, this abbot anyway. Father Matthias was more reasonable. The late abbot was well acquainted with the Baron, you know, but he always had misgivings about him. He does seem like he has an unsavory side to him. You got that right. He's been known to fool around with young women. He's married, of course. Oh, that's only gossip. Where does it Christian to spread rumors like that? It's not gossip that he beat up that farmer a few years back, old Rana. May rest in peace. Oh. That what happened? Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But if he did that, yes, it speaks poorly of his character. And we had a long conversation on our way up here, but he didn't mention anything about that. What did you talk about then? I mean, no offense, but what does a nobleman have in common with an artist? Talk to me about my work. He's fascinated with my both art and books. Of course, that's what he's interested in when he's at the Abbey. If he's in Tassing, he's chasing girls or harassing peasants. Because he's friendly with the abbot, no bad would ever come to him. It's galling. Wow. The bitterness and envy are not good for our Christian souls, Otto. Not envy, Idris. No one should get away with what he does. What this Abbey does. No offense to you, Andreas. I don't have any problems with the books the Abbey makes. I mean, I never did learn to read, but if people are paying the Abbey to make them, it doesn't bother me. No, I understand. I see why people resent the Abbot's rule. He's a harsh lord. Otto, did you see the Bower's sheep escape the grazing fields again? No, but I'm not surprised. Martin was supposed to fix that fence, and he probably did a bad job at it. There's Martin. Martin is, early 16th century Kuno. That's how I'm coded. That's how I'm coding him in my head anyway. He's always in a foul mood. He could be the laziest soul in Tassing. He can't even hold a hammer properly. Married and a father at such a young age, and he barely lifts a finger for his wife and child. Oh, he's an adult. On top of that, he's a damn thief. And before you say it, Idris, that's more than just gossip. Look at him, over by the guest house. He's probably figuring out what he can steal with the least amount of effort. I admit wait, is he like a teenage father or something? I admit he seemed less than helpful when I saw him this morning. I doubt he'll ever amount to much of anything. Speaking of the Bower sheep, their ewes are shorn and the women will be spinning it soon, Otto. I got it, Andrews. No need to tease. If God wants to happen, will happen. What? What? Looks like a storm coming. We should probably get back to it. Right. I'll catch up in a moment, Andrews. Ugh. Why am I stuffed up? Oh, Andreas, say hello to Eva for me if you get a chance. Eva. Oh, that's, of course. I should return to work in the scriptorium. Until later. Wait, who's this? Oh, hello, Andreas. Hello, Carl. You seem busier than usual today. I'm behind in my work. I went up to the shrine of St. Moritz this morning to pray for his aid. Candle I lit had all but burned away, and now it was there so long. Now I need to catch up. Do you go to the shrine very often? Usually go every autumn for a good harvest. Now that Helena's pregnant, I try to go pray every week. Her mother had trouble in childbirth, so I've been paying visits to Moritz's hand and Satya's shrine to pray for their aid. Hope that the saint hears your prayers. Thank you, Andres. So do I. Bless you, Andreas. Oh, Brother Matthew, what are you doing out here? I thought you were aware that in addition to my role as Kirsau's sacrist, I tend to the shrine of St. Moritz. He is the patron saint of Tassing and Kirsau both, so it's my duty to ensure his reliquary is well cared for. The shrine is beautifully kept. Whenever I visit, I always leave inspired. Martyrdom St. Moritz provides inspiration to us all. You are familiar with the life of St. Moritz, are you not? Yes, I am. I read that. I've been reading more about saints from far off. When Sister Illuminata allows me a book, of course. I'm surprised you've neglected I'm surprised you neglected Tassing's patron. He was born in Egypt. You have to learn something about him while you're here. Means St. Morris is most likely known for his martyrdom at the hands of the Romans. He protected the town of Christians from slaughter, and in turn he and his legion were decimated. What do you mean his legion? Wouldn't that mean he was a Roman soldier? Yes, he was a Roman citizen, and led a legion made up entirely of Christians in Bavaria. Bavaria is pretty much mostly southeastern Germany, modern day Germany. It is east of Swabia and north of Tyrol. Tassing and Kiersau sit in the extreme south of the duchy, near the border with Tyrol. When he refused to kill the Christians, even though they were traitors to Rome, the emperor had his legion massacred. Most of the pilgrims who visit come knowing this, if anything, only this, if anything, about his life. However, Tassing venerates St. Maurice because he was the one to convert the town and save it from destruction. Tassing was pagan? I had no idea the town was so old. Well, I know it was because I was told that there were basically old ways of one of the people in town, one of the old men in town told me that there was certain pagan traditions that were still followed, even by old Christians in town. Indeed, he and his legions were sown into this pass, and the townsfolk refused to aid them. What? The daughter of the town's leader, Satya, was moved in spirit, and snuck from the town to convert. He led Moritz to a spring, and as soon as she was baptized, the snow melted, revealing all manner of fruits. Moritz and his legion were saved by these miraculous gifts. The town was converted, and the rebels fled into the mountains. What happened to Satya? She too was martyred for her faith by the rebels inhabiting the town. Now her shrine protects Tassing from harm. Huh. See, the mysteries of our saints have overwhelmed your intellect. Many are affected, so God bless you. Until later, brother. No, I wanted more. I wanted more information. That wasn't me dismissing you at all. I sought more information. I would like to read more. Oh well. It's fine. Out to Old Bailey. Back to the scriptorium. Brother Adok, I don't know where to start. This work. Inconsistent spacing. Rough strokes. You're working like you want to see this place closed. Brother Prior, I am working to the best of my abilities and I dispute your criticism. I may not be fast, but I still have my talent. Praise be to God. Brother Guy, why are you still on this page? What's wrong with you? Normally you're so reliable. Many apologies, Brother Prior. I'll work harder. Hero, I can't believe this. Baron Rothvogel has come to check on his progress, and this is all you have? You should have finished this months ago. Is your mind so corrupted by age that you didn't notice the seasons had changed? Well, you're not one who will have to answer for it, so why should you care? Typical. Haha. Wow. Andreas, I will remind you that I am the master of the scriptorium and that you are the guest here. I agree, Brother Friar. Hero's work is unacceptably slow. You're insufferable, other guy. Oh, God, give me the patience to endure this. Please, everyone, this is my road and I accept responsibility for it. The Prior's right. I'm not gonna bother pronouncing Prior's name anymore. It's letters. I mess it up every single time. Prior, is this mine? It must be, yes. It is, my lord. I can explain. No, I don't want excuses. I've come all this way, and I have to be honest. I expected more. It's nowhere near finished, and the style is, well, it's very old-fashioned. I thought I made my desires clear. I feel like my generosity towards Kirsa is being taken advantage of. Am I the fool in this sad story? Of course not, my lord. Never. We can fix this, of course. Of course. We only want to accommodate you. Ah, Andreas, good to see you again. What a snake. How should I respond to this? The abbot already seems annoyed. Still, that might have been the bear. Father Gano, why not have Andreas complete the rest of the illustrations? He's clearly capable. Well, my lord, you could have Brother Guy repeated if speed is your concern. No, I'm not talking about the manuscript. That's fine. But the art, the illustrations. Want Andreas to do the others. Of course. I mean, if Andreas is alright with it. There we have it. I hope this allays your concerns, my lord. Excellent. By the way, Father Abbot, am I still welcome at your table for supper? Naturally, my lord. Wonderful. I'd like Andreas to join us. Nonsense. You can eat with them any day. I'm only here for the evening. Well, that would be quite unusual. Unusual or not, I doubt that my good friend the Prince Bishop would deny any additional guests to this table. What do you think? I understand. Yes, you're right. Andres may join us for supper. I'm gonna snub Lorenz. You had this planned. You must have put your hook in the Baron this morning when you ambushed him in town. This is beyond ridiculous. Listen to yourself. Brother Prior, Andreas is not to blame for any of this. I am. Yes, you are. And you have embarrassed me, the abbot, and the abbey. Prior Frank is right. Frank is right. No wonder we don't get more commissions. Hey, can you stop flattering the Prior for 1 minute? Brothers. If you please, Sister Zidane and I would prefer it if you keep the noise down. Sounds like Samson playing the Philistines in here. Of course. Get back to work, everyone. That was not wonderful. There's nothing to be done about it now. Jeez. I'll finish my work here and wash up in the laboratorium for supper in the abbot's table. Do I necessarily want to eat at this? Be honest, I don't want to go to the abbot. Not really a fan of hanging around here. Where could I go? Huh. Excuse me. Lots and lots and lots of terminology. It's just full of terminology. Till. Hello there, Master Mahler. Hello, Till. Have you ever seen an ice review? Don't expect to see sites like this in the cities, I expect. Don't get to see sites like this in the city, I expect. Can't say Nuremberg has many Roman ruins, no? You do without the mud on my shoes, but the aqueduct makes a nice silhouette. Oh yes, Tassing is full of them. Quite the marvels they are. I don't pay much mind to read the writing on them, as I can't read Latin myself. But you might enjoy giving them a look. If you do, you have to tell me if they match the old legends I read about. What sort of old legends? Well, when Father Matthias was abbot, we let me borrow books from the abbey's library. I think I read through half of that library before Father Ganot became abbot. He and Father Thomas are strict about what books should be read now. Books should glorify God, they say, not discuss the old pagan ways. Still, the accounts of the Romans and Tassing are my favorite. That old book talked about the Roman knight Gaius Metellus how the Roman knight Gaius Metellus defeated the Reti, I think it was. Heavy snowfall had caught him in this very valley. Barbarians on all sides when Mars sent a wolf for the night. Instead of killing the beast, Gaius followed it to a magical spring with trees covered in all sorts of fruit. Mars provided the wolf and the spring, and Gaius Metellus founded Tassing after defeating the barbarians to honor Mars. That's where all this came from. It sounds a lot like the story Brother Matthew told me about Saint Moritz, without the Roman gods, of course. Bryce Kiersal has any record of Tassing before Saint Moritz arrived. I hadn't thought of that. Both were snowed in this valley, weren't they? And saved near a spring? I wonder if it's the same story. Oh, I don't know about all that, Master Mahler. A lot of stories get mixed up over the years. I mean, you know, might all be fable, but I enjoy the story all the same. It's nice to feel you're connected to those who came before you, even if it's only by the land you live on. Connect us to the past we could hardly imagine existed. Well said. It's been good chatting with you, Master Mahler, but I'd better get back to work. You let me know if you find any particularly good books in that library, alright? I will. Until later, Till. Oh, I should give him the pagan book. That's a good way to get rid of it. I wanted to stop by the Druckers just for a minute. Just to pay my respect. Oh, I can't say hi to the Druckers? It's like, nope. We've already railroaded you into this pathway. Oh well. It's fine. Ugh. We're gonna just keep going back then. Alright. Nope, nope. Where's the, where is... Where do I go? Where do I go? The Abbot's Table. Wash up at the laboratory and the cloister, and then you're in the Brothers in the Refectory. Andreas, I'm so glad you'll be joining us for supper, though the circumstances are unusual to be sure. I won't be able to speak with you. None of the brothers will. But it will be good to have you with us. That's a shame. I always enjoy our talks. Now, the same doesn't apply to you at the Abbot's Table. You can talk all you like, though I wouldn't recommend it. Father Abbot does not look kindly upon idle chatter. I wish you could take my place, Father Piero. You deserve the honor. Anyway, I'm sorry for how the prior treated you. It's not fair. It's humiliating. Oh no, my son. You don't need to worry about me or my pride. And we all need a taste of humility from time to time to keep our feet on this earth. No, Andreas, you are my pride. I cannot claim to have taught you much, but I'm proud to have known you and your work. And when you leave all of us Kirsten Abbey behind, you can call upon your friend Lorenz, the Baron Rothvogel, to help you in your career. There's nothing wrong with your style. It's not old just because a nobleman says so. Don't troll yourself over it. Time passes for us all. Things change. The future will ride over the present. You need not fear it. Any of it. As long as you remain true to yourself and God. Now I must hurry to the rectory to join my brother. Brothers, I'll see you inside. Washing hands, washing hands. Washing hands. Wash them hands. Large garden. I'm gonna go to the garden real quick. I wonder what recipes the brothers have for peas. These cucumbers are growing quickly. I'm sure whatever is eaten will be pickled. Well, let's go to the refectory then. Yeah. Lay. Andreas, glad you could join us. Thank you, my lord. Father Gnome, Father Thomas. Fairnick. Simon Peter answered, "You're the Messiah, Son of the living God." Well, Matthew, wonderful. Replied, "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah. This was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock you will build my church. The gates of Hades will not overcome it." Have you read Matthew much, Andreas? I will give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. Whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Then he orders his disciples not to tell anyone that... Huh? Earth will be bound in heaven. You know, have you read anything by Martin Luther? I can't say that I... Incredible ideas about the church. Brilliant, I think. My lord, is the meal to your liking? I believe you remember. I remember you enjoying our quail on our last visit. Well, my God, Father, quail's fine, but don't you think Luther's ideas are worth discussing? He's talking about the future of the church, shaking things up in a way I don't think we've seen before. Father Thomas, you see value in his ideas, do you not? My lord, I mean, no offense, but I do not. Brother Matthew, yes, how appropriate. What are your thoughts on Luther's attacks on the church's sale of indulgences? Please do not involve the other brothers in this conversation. Fine, fine. What about Andreas? Certainly, as a man who attended the same university as Martin Luther, can spare some thoughts on his work. It's who, Andreas? I expected more from you. Lord Vogel, you are our guest and held in high esteem, but you have worn out my patience. Dang. Do not be discussing Luther's work with Andreas, Thomas, Matthew, or any other brother. Is that clear? I suppose, Father, it is your abbey, but you're taking too much offense at this, and you're far too afraid to change. Whether it's from Luther or someone else, reform is coming to the church. You had better accept it. What? Neither you nor Martin Luther dictate the change to the Holy Church on their whim. This is beyond insulting. It's blasphemous, outrageous. How dare you? I see. I may have overstepped my bounds. And I suppose I've ruined everyone's supper. My apologies. In spite of this unpleasantness, I will make good on my manuscript payment and the donation of my copy of Historia Tassing. If you cannot accept what the future will bring, perhaps it's time for you to come to terms with your past. Well, no need to overstay my welcome. Father, brothers, Andreas, good night. Thank you, Andreas, for not letting him engage you in his debate. No good would come of it. Now then, I must ask you to leave so I can speak to the brothers in the chapter privately. Brother Pierre, please accompany Andreas out. I will take my leave as well. Good night. Jeez. Do not worry about Father Gano and the Baron. I'm sure it'll all be fine by morning. Hope that Father Abbot can see the Baron's heart is in the right place, even if he picked the wrong time to express himself. It may be so, but we can never lose hope. In any case, I do hope the Baron respects the Abbot's wishes for the rest of his stay. For everyone's sake. Pierre, what do you think of Martin Luther's idea? That's for younger and wiser men than me to decide. I'm just a monk, thank God. Good night, my son. That's that. Thanks for ruining supper, Aaron. What is this? Oh, this is the hand of St. Moritz. Or the arm of St. Moritz. Reliquary containing the hand of St. Moritz, which is said to have once held the Holy Lance. Also called this... Oh, jeez. Lance of Longinus. Yeah, there's some... yeah. Let's not get into the later connotations of that. Especially in... Oh, okay. Contains the shrine along with some of the sisters who paint badges for pilgrims. Alright. Well, we're headed out. There's a lamp still burning in the guest house. The Lorenz must still be awake. I wonder how he's doing. What was he thinking? He's a baron, but he couldn't have expected it to go well. The storm doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. I should get back to the Gertners. You know what? Let's go this way real quick. Oh no, I can't. Huh? Ah! Are you alright, Master Mallow? I I believe that I may have just seen the physical manifestation of the spirit. The ghost? There must be a better explanation than that. Well, I'm not here to tell you what you saw. It wouldn't be the first time that people have seen ghosts around these parts. Interesting. Well, I think I found Johan's last lost sheep. I'm going to head home. Take care, Master Mallow. I will. Thank you, Tim. There's just so much going on already. And a lot of it has been super, heady and a lot to think about, but... Ugh. Ah! No! Hell horse! Hell horse! Still on the floor. Matines! Matines! Monastic hour corresponding to 2 a.m. is used for night prayer. Pale horse, death. Sister, listen to my voice. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes. Yes, Father. I hear you. Am I here? Is this now? Yes, you're with us. And this is now. I apologize, Andreas. Imagine that must have been quite alarming. Is she alright? She is, yes. Grammarly is a gifted mystic with visions when God sees fit to give her one. Some are more frightening than others. What's she doing in here? Does she live in the church? She lives there, yes. I'm a little surprised you haven't noticed her before. If you came to Mass more often, you would see that I give her communion through a window. Cell? She's an anchoress, a religious hermit so devoted to God that she has enclosed herself in a cell next to the church. She's dead to the world, but continues a life of prayer and religious contemplation. Sometimes, ever so rarely, she receives great and terrible visions. What? Is she local to Tassing, or was she a nun at Gearsau? Neither. She came here from a Benedictine abbey in Lower Bavaria after it burned down. I am her confessor and caretaker. Many anchoresses are not literate. I write down her visions to help interpret them. I thought all the monks and nuns at Gearsau could read. Even poor brother Volkbert. Thank you, Father Thomas. I must rest now. Of course, sister. She feels a pain that's both physical and spiritual. Her spiritual pains come from her revelations. They can come and go. I try to address them as best I can. The physical pain comes from a deformity in her spine and aching in her joints. Ooh. I know of no cure for that, save prayer to the Almighty. Sister Emily said she had a vision of death. Could someone be in danger? Oh, don't rush to judgment. Her visions are divine and powerful, but they could have many meanings. Some of her revelations take years to comprehend. Some may never be understood at all, as God wills it. Still, the argument at dinner was quite troubling. Perhaps it's cast a shadow over our thoughts. Now then, the good sister appears to have fallen back to sleep. I must prepare for bed myself. Good night, Andreas. Good night, Father. Gosh. And the drug house is so close to me because the Zimmerman house? Central town. Ugh. Jean Barrow Farm. Okay, that's... Okay. Well, let's go to bed. It's getting late. I should get some rest. I'll stay out late tomorrow. I'm gonna get back to work. Wow. It's alright, Ursula. Storm rolled in during the night. Hasn't let up all morning. Claire and I have been doing what we can to keep us all from washing away. Peter and York are outside trying to deal with the flooding as best they can. Oh my, is the farm in danger? There's always danger with this much rain, but we've lived through worse. What happens, it will be as God wills it. You must have faith in Providence and endure what is to come. Oh, I have some food for you. Sorry, I couldn't prepare anything more. Thank you. Otto wanted me to say hello, by the way. Oh, you did? Good. Thank you. Have a good day at the Abbey, Andreas. Try to stay dry. Thanks. You too. Good luck. Andreas. Oh, I didn't see the wall was broken. From the flood? It is. Must have broken in the night. Some of our sheep escaped. We'll have to track them down later. That's the way it always is. Rain falls to the Abbey and rolls downhill to us little people. Hard to blame the Abbey for that. That's just how rain works. There's a reason we're down here and they're up there, Andreas. Anyway, I have to get back to this. I'll see you later. Okay, so that's a problem. That is a definite problem. Hello, Andreas. Good morning, Andreas. So, Otto and Eva, huh? Yes, what about them? Another gossip, Andreas. Otto practically asked me to be his messenger. I'm only trying to understand how things stand. Did he really? Or did you just assume part on all on your own? You started picking up poor habits during your time in Tassing, Andreas. Can't be the Gertners. Peter's stern. Maybe the monks talk too much? Well, if you ask me, I think Otto's being a bit too slow about it. Oh? He's old enough to not... He's old enough already to not be smitten like a boy. They both like each other. Seems to me if you found the right person, you should go for it. That's what I would do. Oh, that's a private matter. I, do hope to find someone at my side as we build a family. It's not giving me this blessing. One hopes, though. Anyway, I must get back to work. Andreas, enough talk. Until later. Okay, so we're gonna have to go the long way to the Abbey. Ulrich! God be with you, Andreas. Seems like we have a good spring storm, though. I hope it lets up soon. Lucky I'm paid for last week's pumpernickel. Sorry to make you wait for it. Correct. No trouble at all. Please say hello to Lucky for me. Of course. Now I'm off to home and then to the Pfeiffers. Nana has about a month to go before her child is due. Her last one was hard. You didn't make it. I just want her to give her the best chance she can have. Okay. Anyway, I'll do what I can to help. I must be off now. Good day to you both, and Andreas, stay in the ring. She'll appreciate that, Andreas. Thank you. Until later. Okay. You can pet the cat. But will it be remembered? That's the important thing. I've said this before, but it isn't good that the water drains here so quickly. It's affecting the foundation. It needs to be looked at. I understand, but if you dig here, you may be disturbing the bodies decomposing in the yard. Of course, Father, they're going to be dug back up again anyway. Yes, but why disturb them unnecessarily? Your church, Father, but you can't put this off forever. The foundation is going to crack. I understand. Perhaps after some of the bones have been moved to ossuaries. Thank you, Lucky. Oh, good day, Master Mauer. Good day, Father Thomas. Everything all right with the church? Oh yes, Lucky was again reminding me of the dangerous severe rainfall can pose to the foundation. God looks after his flock, but sometimes the pen requires an earthly hand. It will be taken care of. I'll be with you, Andreas. Lots and lots of just idle greetings and small talk. That's okay. Still. Hello, Master Bala. Okay. Martin. Eat shit, Andreas. Chill. Well, I should get to the scriptorium. You know, it'll give me an earful if I'm not late again. If I'm late again. Wow. I'll be with you, Andreas. You're still preparing to leave, even with this weather? Weather is unfortunate, but the Baron's wife, Lady Salomia, will be arriving today. My lord intends to depart as soon as she arrives. How long have they been married? 7 years now. She's a fine woman, a true lady. Hoping to bid farewell to the Baron before he leaves. I'm sure he would appreciate that. He spoke highly before you went to bed. He was disappointed that you didn't debate him at supper, but he understands that you didn't want to anger the abbot. No need to make things difficult for yourself. That's not on this occasion. I believe you may have offended the Baron in some other way as well. Some way. Or some ways. I wouldn't fret too much about it, Master Bala. He's a forgiving man. Where should Master gone then? Went for a walk in the early morning. He didn't say when he'd be back. If he returns soon, the rain is turning everything in mud. My lord might surprise you, Andreas. He never minds getting mud on his boots. Of course, I'm the one who has to clean them. Well, I apologize for taking up so much of your time. No trouble, and many thanks. Until next time. Oh, one more thing before you go. See a short, surly-looking man on the way, in a hat on the way up this morning? That can only be Martin Bauer. Might have gone with sullen or whiny. So, was walking past me in the meadow, as I was walking up the hill. He was in quite a hurry. That would explain my lord's missing rings. You believe he stole from you? Not from me, no. My lord. 1 gold, 1 silver, a handful of golden, and a book the Baron was planning to give the Abbey. A book? Historia Tassing? I believe so, yes. I went to pack the Baron's things and they were missing. The boy's a known thief. It wouldn't surprise me if he's responsible for the missing rings. That would explain it then. Regrettably, he had ample opportunities for his theft. Yesterday I got the boy with the hat. Martin, I suppose. Peering through the windows. Could have admonished him at the time, but, well, he seemed harmless. That's a shame. Hope the Baron won't be too put out. My lord is a man of some means. He won't miss the gold, or the rings. I do think he'll be upset about the book. He was quite excited for the abbot to see it. In any case, I must finish preparing the horses. It was good talking to you, Andreas. Of course. I hope this rain lets up for you soon. God willing. Until next time. Till then. Yeah. This is super talky. Hopefully. In the scriptorium. This is wonderful. The rest of the abbey is soaked and there's not a drop of rain in here. I think the abbot had auto-replaced the roof of the scriptorium and library last month. With the calefactory next door, we can stay warm while everyone else is cold and wet. We need a warming room for in monasteries. Instead of bragging about our good fortune, you think you should think about your brothers and sisters and pray for their health and safety. Brother Adok, aren't you happy the books were safe? Other guys mirth at the misfortunes of our brother, and he squenched the flame of joy in my heart. Yeah. We have the grumpy old monk, but where's the nice one? Brother Piero? Haven't you seen him yet today? I did before Brother Guy arrived. Brother Piero listened to speak to the abbot some time ago. What? Why is Matthew ringing the bell? Can't be terse already. I pray it stops soon. Such a cacophony is an assault on my frail ears. Not stopping. I suppose this means we're being summoned to the chapter house. God give me the strength to endure the rain. It's 50 feet, old man. You're live. God give me the strength to endure this man. Still not stopping. What's going on? Can't all be because of the storm. I should see what's the matter. Rang the church bell early, and now one of the sisters is screaming in the chapter house. I should see what's going on. Chapter house. Coming from just down the hall, maybe the chapter house. I think something terrible has happened, Master Andreas. What happened? Oh no! Oh no, that's the Baron! Please, Father, where's Brother Florian? Have him come quickly. Be silent, Brother. Brother Florian, if you please. I'm sorry, Father. There's nothing to be done. He's dead. Ah! Oh, we're... Sister Gertrude, please take Sister Margaret back to the garden. Mother Cecilia. The Baron was a friend of the Prince Bishop of Tassing. Why is he so worried about the Prince Bishop? This abbey is odd in more than one way, its existence within some of the church. We're far enough from Roman minds that everyone forgets about us, but this could bring unwanted attention. Florian, how easily do you think you could dispose of this body? Oh, but what are you saying? Why are you questioning me? Why are you wasting precious time? What is this? Wow. There's something weird about you now. You want to see the soldiers of our Prince Bishop march up our steps and fling your brothers and sisters out of our home? Silence! Quiet! That's a great way to illustrate, like, on yourselves. All of you. Father Abbot, Baron Van Rothvogel's manservant is already preparing to leave. The Baron's wife should be here in a matter of hours. This is not a time for rash decisions. Yes, you're right. Forgive me. Then, what will we do? We must send the Baron's man to the court of the Prince Bishop and Tassing at once. Mother Cecilia. The bishop said that the Prince Bishop's archdeacon was in Innsbruck for the Imperial Diet. Even better, swift action will silence any whispers of impropriety on our part. Given the Baron's stature, the archdeacon will undoubtedly come to investigate immediately. We must cooperate with him fully and pray for a speedy resolution. Yes, good. Thank you, Mother Cecilia. Brother Wojslav, please detain Brother Piero in the cellar until the Prince Bishop's man arrives. What? Brother Piero? Why? He was caught in flagrante delicto, covered in blood with a knife in his hand. Father, do you really believe that Brother Piero is capable of such a foul deed? Yes, capable enough when motivated by anger. I had no anger against the Baron, Father Abbot. I simply came across him like this. No anger? Not even for insulting your work and forcing us to give it to Andreas? This is not a subject for debate. When the Prince Bishop's man arrives, we must not be empty-handed. Even if Piero wanted to kill the Baron, he's not physically capable of that act. He has an advanced palsy in his hand that affects his finger. He can barely hold a knife, much less use it to kill someone. If I wanted a medical opinion, I would ask Florian or the respectable Dr. Souls. I don't, and this is not your affair. It is my affair if you're going to make me part of Brother Piero's supposed motive. I'm through debating this with you. My decision stands. Brother Lorislav will detain Brother Piero in the cellar until I say otherwise. Brother Florian, please escort Andreas out of the abbey. Andreas, do not show your face again here until tomorrow. Do you understand me? This is ridiculous, but yes. Listen to me, I sympathize with you. I don't think Piero did this either, but this isn't the time to push the abbot. Oh, I'm gonna push the abbot. Sure, other brothers and sisters believe Piero is innocent as well. The abbot is worried about the Prince Bishop's attention. If you have any recommendations, I'd love to hear them. Take a few hours to calm your nerves and your mind. You need to think clearly. Go to the Druckers, eat a good meal, and come back at Non's. We won't have much time. I'll tap on my window with a small stone, and I'll let you in. Let me in for what? To examine the body. Oh, okay. Got it. I should follow Florian's advice and go to the Druckers. Hopefully it will clear my head. Wow, okay. This is a heavy game all of a sudden. Going for a bit of a rotten full of bugs. Okay, so... Go to the Druckers then. Good day, Andreas. Back from the Abbey already? It's only noon. Andreas, you alright? No, something terrible has happened. Oh, God, what? How? No, forgive me. Come inside and sit down for a minute. Just the thing then. I'd like your latest opinion on my latest project. Okay. Good day, Andreas. Should I fix you a plate? It would be my pleasure. The rain has gotten everyone's spirits down. Hopefully a good meal can cheer you up. Hello. Oh, Bert. How are you? Sleepy? Come back to my workshop. I'm going to do a new run of Till Jugendspiegel. There was a printing a few years ago in Strasbourg, but it was awful. Almost bereft of illustrations. By the way, just to remind everybody of what Till Jugendspiegel is, the titular character of a popular 15th century book. Till is a prankster, continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He is quite skilled at tricking. He is also quite skilled into tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. What do you think of these new ones? Ah. I like it. They are wonderful. Excellent work. I'm sure I'll be sure to let Marie know. Those her woodcuts? They are. The drawings were mine, but she did the block cuts. Got enough talents to draw the designs, but she can only she can do the woodcuts of the type. The Lord and these gifts we're about to receive from your bounty. Alright. Prayers up. Oh. Andre, what were the bells of the Abbey? Andreas, what were the bells of the Abbey? They were sounding for a long time. The visiting nobleman, Lawrence Rothvogel, was found murdered in the chapter house. Oh, I didn't have it. He just rode by here yesterday. Yes, and it gets worse. One of the elderly brothers I work with in the scriptorium, Piero, was accused of the crime. That's awful. A murder in Kirsau? How could a monk do such a thing? Sorry, Andreas. The Baron seemed like an interesting man. I know he's been a patron of the Abbey for years. How could he die? Could it have been an accident? And does the abbot really believe that Brother Piero killed him? You've always spoken of him in the kindest terms. It seems like Lorenzo had been stabbed, but I don't know. There was a lot of blood around him. I'll spare you the details, but it's hard to believe what happened to him was natural. No, I can't believe Pierre did it. I can't imagine him harming anyone. Oh, don't hold back on my account. I've had children and I helped Agnes deliver a few. I'm not squeamish. Okay. That's Agnes. Yes, blood. Jeez, what? Bertolt. Yes, blood. But if it wasn't Brother Piero, who do you think would have done it? I didn't see Lucky standing out getting a shouting argument with Lorenz yesterday just before I walked by your place. Lucky? What would he have caused to shout at a nobleman? Lucky? That's probably something else going on that you wouldn't know about, dear. What do you mean by that? I'm not one to trade gossip, but if you really want to know, talk to some of the other women in town. Or Mother Cecilia up at the Abbey. Why would Lucky argue with Lorenz about the nun? Oh, there's no need for that. Lucky's a forthright man. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll tell you what the argument was about. Thank you, that's good advice. There's something else, though. When Lorenz and I were walking through the meadow, little Kemper came out of the woods and... Little Kemper. Yes? Well, she cursed him. I'm not surprised. Ottilio's late husband, Ronnig, ran afoul of Lorenz on his last visit to Tassing. I don't remember the details, but Ronnig died just last year, and Ottilio hasn't been the same since. She always was an old bitch, even before she was old. Klaus, that's enough. She had to deal with the Job's lot in life. And now she lives all alone on the edge of the woods. There are rumors she's going to lose her property soon. I do pity her, even if she isn't. Bitter woman. There should be some exception in the law for her to inherit. It wasn't always this way. I think back when my great-grandmother inherited the land way back when. The men changed it. They can change it back. You're right, as always, my dear. How about Ottilio? Is there anyone else that you think may have done it? I don't know if he has any intent, but the prior has been acting strangely since the day Lorenz arrived. That's an academic disagreement. I both know they're avid readers, both of classics and new works. On his last visit, the Baron brought a book on astronomy from me. I know the prior has some similar interests. The prior kills someone over a simple disagreement? It's not that outlandish. When I was in university, I saw men throw punches over small academic concerns. What his opinion for some is testament of faith for others, and worth killing for. That may be so, but we've never seen that sort of anger in the prior, not even when Gernot was made abbot instead of him. Afterwards, he seemed bitter, never violent. That just doesn't seem part of his character. Lucky, the widow, and the Abbey prior. Anyone else? There was something strange about when we approached the Abbey together. Mother Cecilia was outside with some of the sisters. Mother Cecilia scowled and took the nuns inside without saying a word. Sounds like they have a history, at least. I do not know Mother Cecilia personally, but I've never heard anyone speak badly of her. She had cause to dislike the Baron. I must believe she had good reason. Well, Andreas, sounds like there's a lot to look into. Thank you for talking, Timothy. I was feeling overwhelmed. Thank you for the care. It's helped me understand how I can help Piero. You're always welcome here, Andreas. Anytime. Also, there was the dinner argument. Yeah! You're especially welcome with this one. Be with you, Andreas. Thank you. You good night until I come back home. I'll try. Alright, so now we're going back to 2 days remain. Oh boy, we're on a schedule. Looked up so lucky Steinauer. He's probably working in front of his house. Ludo Kemprin south of here, near Friend's Bower. I won't be able to talk to the prior until tomorrow. Nothing would prevent me from talking to Mother Cecilia in the convent. Gunnerton. I mean, I'm gonna get to everybody, I'm sure. Ugh. Evidence about the murder and interrogating those of us who might have information. The Archdeacon is on the way. But basically, this has turned into Phoenix Wright. This way. There you are. I'm glad the storm didn't delay you. Now, even though I gave instructions that I was not to be disturbed, we must work quickly. Seeing a corpse up close can be unsettling for some. Hope you're up to it. Seeing a dead body is different from examining one directly. Now then, you should probably take notes as we go. They might be useful later. Ah, of course. I'll begin by inspecting his interior, starting with his face and head. No visible wounds, no blemishes, teeth in good condition. Nothing unusual. Neck, shoulders, and chest are ordinary. Now I need to clean some blood away to examine the torso. Yes, there it is. A puncture wound between the 6th and 7th ribs. Fairly shallow, although I estimate it penetrated only about an inch, and likely came from his own hand. Wait, he inflicted it upon himself? How can you tell? From the angle and the depth of the strike, it's as though he were holding it in his right hand as he fell on his side. You know, you must know that I was not always a monk. I was a mercenary for 10 long years in Poland. My familiarity with wounds comes from my time on the battlefield. I'm no true surgeon, but I'm the closest the Curacao has. If a wound was that shallow, it doesn't sound like it could have been fatal. It wasn't. Likely incidental. Received one while falling on his own knife. He must have some other wound that issued forth all the blood we found him in. And surely this must mean that Brother Piero is innocent. It's incredibly unlikely that Brother Piero stabbed the Baron, but it does explain what actually killed the man. Brother Piero never should have picked up that knife. I'm sure the appearance of guilt never even crossed his mind. Now then, let's move on. Well, there is a sore on his sect. Probably from the French disease. I doubt it had anything to do with his murder. These French soldiers received in the brothels of Naples? Yes, how do you know of it? We discussed it in university. Ah, yes, it spread rapidly, even north of the Alps. The treatment is dire, as it involves heavy mercury consumption. Can't be good. Anyway, it seems the Baron was not the most faithful husband. Not uncommon among nobility. I would expect the monk to be more shocked by this. Moving down. Other than a few blisters on his feet, from what I assume are new shoes, there's nothing wrong with his legs. Andres, can you help me turn him over? Of course. There's a slight irregularity in his spine, possibly from an old injury. I don't think it had anything to do with how he died, though. What could that have happened? No idea. Whatever the reason, didn't contribute to his death. Here it is, a rather dramatic head wound. The dark hair and the blood make it difficult to see, but it's quite bad. In my experience, I've never seen someone walk away from a head wound of this severity. I imagine the force of the impact would have to be quite great to crack the skull. Quite right. I see your medical training was not forgotten. I lack the benefit of the university study, but the battlefields of Poland and Lithuania did provide an education. Of sorts. I wish I'd finished my degree. I could be more useful to you now. There's no need to despair. Many hands would make more work in this instance. The wound looks like it was caused by a single powerful blow from a blunt object. Probably no more than 4 or 5 inches across. The skull is cracked in a single spot, and there's a clear impression in the skin around it. It would take extraordinary precision to hit the same spot twice, unless the Baron were already dead. Likely he didn't die immediately. How long could he have survived for? I've seen similar injuries in battle. The victims don't last more than a few minutes, but it's an agonizing death. Even so, he couldn't have wandered far from where the blow was first struck. So he may not have been attacked in the chapter house? He was either attacked in the chapter house or someplace in the immediate area. No, I don't think so. With a wound like that, he would have collapsed before he got inside. Certainly someone would have seen him. Anyway, whatever killed the instrument was a blunt... Whatever killed the Baron was a blunt instrument of considerable heft. The part that impacted him was likely a little smaller than a fist. I'd say 2.5 inches around, perhaps a pig mallet, a joining hammer, even a round stone 4 to 5 inches across held in the hand. That's specific. Estimating size, distance, and numbers have always come easy to me. Hopefully your talents will help you find the murder weapon in short order. Whoever did this must have caught the Baron unaware. Save the small knife wound, he has no other injuries. I suppose that he was struck, drew his knife to defend himself, and fell on it before Brother Pierre discovered him. I believe we've discovered 2 important things. Pierre didn't stab the Baron, and even if he had, this isn't what killed him. Indeed. So it might take more to convince the Archdeacon of Pierre's innocence. Also, we know that the Baron was killed by a blow to the head from a heavy, blunt object. Now you just need to find out what caused that blow and learn who struck it. Oh, there is one other item of interest. I found it in the Baron's jacket, but I didn't want to open it without you. A note of some kind. I'm a caretaker of Ben, you're a caretaker of Parchment. I will leave it to your capable hands. What does it say? The girl who died and innocent with her. Matines. Chapter. Girl? What girl? What innocent? Been years since the other nuns have died. Perhaps Mother Cecilia would remember. Can you tell who wrote it? Someone with an extremely refined hand. This was done without any guides. Don't think they could replicate this. What? Really? If not them, whom? I intend to find out. I wish you good luck finding the answer. Now, I'm sorry to rush you, but I must ask you to leave. Each minute you stay here is an additional... Oh, yes, I'm in the middle of something. Could you return after supper? Great, can't wait. Father Gano asked me to examine the Baron's body. Alright, just give me a moment. Andreas, I need you to hide yourself. You're not supposed to be at the Abbey until tomorrow, remember? What's the harm in letting me take a look? Dr. Stoltz, with all respect, I've finished. The cause of death is clear. If you arrived an hour ago, I would have no problem with your assistance. I'm a university-trained physician. I can examine a corpse on my own without the help of a battlefield sawbones. Regardless of your opinion regarding my abilities, the examination is finished. I insist on inspecting the body. Anyway, I must insist that the abbot tells me himself. What? Making me bring the abbot here is a waste of time. So performing the examination on this corpse is immediately after one was just completed. Idiotic. I'll return with Father Gano presently. It's close. Now quickly leave the cloister before they return. Of course, thank you, Brother Florian. Think nothing of it. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then. Ah. Should find someone to eat with. Get that note out of my head. The girl who died and the innocent with her. What could it mean? And who wrote it? Okay. So basically, we got a note. Perhaps. We got a note. Ulrich. God bless you, Andreas. Do you have supper plans? Brett would like to have you at our table. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll go see Ulrich. I want to go say hi to Lucky. Andreas. Good day, Lucky. Do you have a moment to talk? Make it quick. I was wondering if I might break bread with you and Agnes. We've never shared a meal. I don't see why not. Agnes would be glad to have you. Is now good? That would be great. Let's not keep her waiting then. prayers up for food. And we pray to keep safe the souls of two innocents who rest at your side. Their dearness. Christ. Yes, you're looking tired, Agnes. Else keep you up late? Else. Oh, that's Else. That is Else. I don't mind it. She needs the support, and I'm happy to give it. Someone has to look after the women of this town, and Werner hardly cares to. What's wrong with you, Werner? Ah, you don't care for the doctor? He's terrible. Have you met him? Stuck-up ass who thinks he knows everything just because he went to a fancy university. He would be a better town doctor than he is. At least you care about townspeople and listen when I talk. Else deserves better than his clammy attentions. The women of Tassing are lucky to have you as their midwife, Agnes. God bless you for saying so, Andreas. I try to do right by the women here, as I hope they would do right by me. It's the Christian thing to do. Even if the woman in question is Else Murlerin. Is Else the miller's wife? Married to Leinhardt Willard, yes. Surprised you haven't met her yet. Or Lindhart. There's Lindhart. Did something happen to her? She lost a child a few weeks back. Ooh. She was overjoyed when she finally quickened, but her bleeding returned soon after. It has been difficult for her, but she has been through it before. She will make it through again. So this is... She is strong in love of Christ and love of her husband. He does dote on him, even though Linhart hardly deserves it. Why is that? Miller is not a kind man. Not to the peasants, and not to his wife. Spreading rumors is not Christian behavior, Agnes. It's hardly a secret. The man has power in this town, and he makes certain that we all know it. Take it as a caution, Andreas. Don't get on the Miller's bad side. His unkindness is doubtless what's caused her bleeding. Elsa's imagination must be protected against troubling experiences. A mother's spiritual well-being is just as important as physical health. Ooh, I tried to tell Linhart the same, but I am just a village midwife. I'm afraid my opinion is not worth much to a man like him. Don't trouble yourself, Andreas. She has her son, Paul, for comfort. He is a sweet boy, and he adores his mother. There's Paul. There's Paul. If he has all the Lord grants her, she will still be blessed. The best thing we can do for Else is to care for her, as neighbors, like Christ tells us to. She isn't the only one in Tassing who has struggles in her marriage. Even my Brigitte has her troubles. There's Brigitte. I guess that's, their daughter. Brigitte Baron. Is she her only daughter? Baron. Only living child, yes. We should have never agreed to their marriage. She deserves better than Martin Bauer. Martin! Oh, God. Jerk. She loves him, Lucky. She had to marry sometime. What could we do? Found a man who isn't such a useless shit. At least we got Wolf out of it. I'll make sure he grows up solid. He'll make a great stonemason. There's Wolf. Just like his grandpa. Now, why don't you tell Andreas about your work at the Abbey? You said you found something strange in the building? Strange how? Ah, that. I was repairing a cracked wall down in the crypt. The Abbey used to be a Roman Roman fort, right? So it's no spring hint. I bumped into a relief of the Virgin and a door slid open. It was the damnedest thing. Must be how the nuns get to the library. The layout of the scriptorium and the library never did add up to me. Doesn't look right, does it? No room for a staircase, but the nuns have to be getting up there somehow. Anyway, I stuck my head up to the trapdoor and one of the nuns screamed. You didn't tell me that part. I felt bad for scaring them. He must have frightened Sister Illumina's half to death. I doubt Sister's Dana-minded. She's not exactly afraid of him. Men. Oh, yeah. The Dana is the one that wants all the lurid stories. I probably should have knocked first. Never know what you'll find behind a closed door. Speaking of work, I should get back to it. Still lots to fix after that storm. Lovely having you, Andreas. Take care, Agnes. Lucky. Thank you for your hospitality. See you around the Abbey, I expect. Andreas. Oh, Andreas. Alright. So nothing much left there. That's fine. We're gonna go, back to the Abbey real quick. Probably not the smartest thing to do, but... yeah, probably not the smartest thing to do. I'm going to have to investigate the library at some point. Certainly keep their garden well tended. Oh, there's another cat to pet. How nice. The many-petaled cinquefoil. It grows so easily, some consider it a weed. I think it's lucky to have so much woundwort naturally growing. Had to buy it back in Nuremberg. Ah, feverfew. Always smells so fresh. The Gertrude is wise to have some in the garden. Bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. Is there something I can help you with? I noticed that you took the sisters inside when I walked up to the Baron. What concern is it of yours? Given that the Baron was just murdered, it seemed worth inquiring about the case. Why? Do you not trust in the Abbot's judgment? It's not that, I just want to understand what happened. I share concerns over the Abbot's assumptions for the pair's guilt, but you must be careful about how you proceed. The Abbot does not want anything to do with the Archdeacon's investigation. That includes you. Hope you what? Blame someone else for the murder? You know that Pierre didn't murder the Baron. It had to have been someone else. In doing nothing, you're allowing Brother Piero to die. Is that any better? I'm simply a nun. Why do you think I can help you? I saw how you reacted when the Baron arrived. You must know something about what's going on. Alright. I did have reason to be concerned about Baron Rothvogel's presence. The Baron caused irreparable harm to one of the sisters on his last visit. The damage was severe enough that she had to leave us for some time. What kind of harm? Irreparable. That's why I removed the sisters from his presence as soon as I could. Are there any who may have wanted revenge? I cannot know what is in a person's heart, Andreas. Can I at least speak to the sister who was harmed? No, Andreas, I don't think that would be appropriate. Alright. This doesn't help me much if I don't know what happened or to whom. I understand this is less information than you likely wanted. But I do not think I can tell you any more in good conscience. Trust me when I say that the victim of this incident could not have killed the Baron. I need more than that. Are there any records on her? What happened? Yes, we keep all records. Records on all the sisters in the library. Not that it does you any good. You're not allowed. We won't give them to you. Our records aren't available for outsiders to look through. Mr. Lumina told me that there's a secret entrance into the library. Oh? Do you know where it is? Ah, it's that simple. Do you have much time, Master Mallor? Confidence is not simple, but confidence alone will not find the entrance. Alright, I'll have to figure this out on my own. Thank you for your help, Mother Cecilia. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Irreparable harm, huh? I don't like the sound of that at all. Yeah, we're gonna work on that later. The Bower House is off limits for right now. These wood carvings are quite curious. There's some, yeah, that's interesting. Johan's family keeps beehives for the honey and wax. Oh, they've already fixed up the, road. It's getting late, but this would be the perfect time to sneak into the library. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's sneak into the library. Everyone's sleeping. Meadow. Meadow. I should probably have like a soundtrack or something for this game. Oh my gosh. Well, let's do it. Shit. Abby is the... Matthew is the Abby's, cicator. He sees me, he'll kick me out. I have to keep out of sight until he's past. Good thing he can't see well. These two markers go back centuries, all the way back to the founding of the Abbey. Foundations of the Abbey were built when the Romans occupied this land, not long after the death of Christ. Abbot Dietrich, from the height of Curacau's power in the 14th century, those days have long passed. Our lovely relief, the Virgin and Child. Shame it's hidden down here. That was it. Now what? That's all? That's all it was? If I go up these stairs, it's going to take a while to find the records I need. I'll lose some time tomorrow morning unless I turn back now. Well, I kind of have to. What's this? The Herbis Cambriae. On the Herbs of Wales. The writer is Cataphilosolopia. I don't believe I've heard of him. Interesting. He writes about the butcher's broom. Greeks use it to aid with urination and defecation. The author claims that it could also help with the reduction of swelling. He seems to be speaking from experience. The game is very scatological. But then again, you know, a lot of Middle Ages stuff was very scatological. A wonderful hidden treasure for the Abbey. What do we have here? Bifolium from Mysteria Astra. I've read a number of treatises on astronomy, but I've never heard of this one. Seems rudimentary, explaining the connection between astrological signs and the elements, and their basic relationship for alchemy. Each sign is governed by one of the four elements. Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces are the water signs. Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo are the earth signs, and so on. Cuts off there. Next page is about something else entirely. Her Illuminati must be trying to reconstruct the larger text. Given the dramatically different context of the following page, the choir this bifolium came from must have been assembled improperly. These two pages were interesting enough, but I suppose, but quite basic. Ah well, they can't all be Aristotle. This is most curious. Historia de Labyrinto Liborium. Count of the Labyrinth of Books. I've heard tales of some incredible libraries across Christendom, but a labyrinth? I wonder what sacred text could be hidden in such a place. I'd love to get lost in such a place. I'll have to see if I can borrow this book when I have free time. Fine. There's those books. This looks promising. The Memoirs of the Sisters of Curacao Abbey, yes. Mother Catherine was almost the first to enter. Was the first to enter the records. It looks like almost 50 years ago. Sister Hildegard from the Goldenrich family in Ravensburg, quite wealthy. Looks like she became prioress after Mother Catherine. Sister Cecilia. What? Oh, this is Mother Cecilia's record. Wait, she's from the Welser family? They were the most powerful families in Augsburg. Looks like her family donates a lot of money to Kirsten every year. More than my family season 10. Dr. Gertrudis from Hof, the herbalist, yes. Her father was an apothecary, that explains it. Matilda Oblate, yes, the nun Silver. She came from Kempton. Appointed official in a monastery, responsible for maintaining food supplies on the grounds. Merchant family. They donated pigments to use in the scriptorium. Quite thoughtful. I'll have to thank him if I ever get the chance. This note says Sister Matilda left the abbey for several months. Why would she go to a hermitage? Strange that she's the only entry with such a note. The dates, 3 years ago. This was just before Father Matthias died, which means it was around the time Baron Rothvogel had visited. This has to be it. Well, it must be the nun that the Baron harmed on his last visit. I should talk to Mother Cecilia again. Maybe Sister Matilda as well. Oh, this should be interesting. Sister Illuminata. Named Angeline, from the Capelci family in Perugia. It looks like they have some connection to Curacao through an old abbot, Rudolph. Her family donates money to the abbey every year as well. Sophie from Burgess. Her family is poor, but they donated flour. Lisbeth Oblate. She's from Euclid. Looks like she had an eventful life before coming here. Married with a child. Both died. Her merchant family has some connection to Curacao to the Kaufmans of Rothenburg. Obder Tauber. Interesting. Mr. Marguerite. Oh, the blind girl is Sis Gertrude. She was blind because of some failed surgery on her cataracts. Wealthy peasant family. They donated wool in a pasture in Krumel. Sister Zazena. This should be good. They donate a fortune to the abbey. No wonder Mother Cecilia and the abbot let her behave as she does. What? Come on. Alright. We got all the info. So where is Matilda now? Alright. Hey, you know. What am I gonna do now? I'll notice if they catch me. How fast can two monks run? Yeah, I could blackmail them. That would be cool. Would not be cool at all to blackmail them, but it would totally be like an in-character thing around this time. Unfortunately. Oh no. There goes the roof. Oh, it's not morning. It's middle of the night, Ursula. What are you doing up here? This. Haha. Would you like me to tell you a story? Or that obviously. Far up north, in Flanders, where Leonhardt's mill came from, there's a town by the sea. 100 years ago, there was a great flood there, on the feast of Saint Elizabeth. You know how mad your dad gets when the water comes through your farm? It was like that, but much worse. If Dad saw St. Elizabeth's flood, he'd probably lose all his hair on the spot. The waters rose so high that everyone had to leave the town. Many families lost their homes. When the flood waters went down, townsfolk went to look for survivors. Would you believe that they saw a baby's cradle floating in the water? I know, it strains credibility, but it's about to get even stranger. There was a cat on the cradle. It was jumping back and forth. Chorby! With a raid! And to keep the waves from getting in. How are you, Chorby? I'm working on Salmon Max Hit the Road some more. Nice. Hey, Marat. Hey, Krill. I am working on Pentiment. Gosh, it's so fascinating. It's super interesting and, kind of nice. All roads are now trees. Awesome. I'm glad you had a good stream. For anybody that doesn't know me, I'm Rat Clown Car. I usually do retro stuff, but, tonight I'm checking out tonight and for most of the rest of the month, except for a couple of games. I'm checking out newer stuff that I've been wanting to get back to, largely because Fate of the Emblem of Justice was such an absolute failure, and because I figured out that I could, reschedule my playthrough of Boiling Point Road to Hell. Thank you for the follow, Marat. But yeah, I'm checking out Pentiment because I've been a big fan of Josh Sawyer's work for a very, very long time. And this is sort of one of his passion projects. Yeah, it's Obsidian. It's specifically a really important thing that Josh Sawyer's been wanting to put together for a long time. So he's been sort of working on this in the background for about 5 or 6 years now, and only in the last couple of years has it really kind of come together. Yeah, Josh Sawyer, the Neverwinter Nights, Fallout New Vegas, wrote a lot of that. Pillars of Eternity, wrote a chunk of that. He worked some of the original Fallout games as well. But Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what most of his work was Neverwinter Nights, specifically Neverwinter Nights 2 and various mods, and then Fallout New Vegas and Pillars of Eternity. Those are the things that he was known for the most before this. And then this is kind of, his latest main game. So it's good seeing this sort of open up. It's very much like it was categorized as kind of an RPG, but it's more of like a point and click adventure in a way, in a lot of ways. And it has a lot of branching paths and investigation type stuff, like Disco Elysium or a Phoenix Wright type game. And yeah, it's definitely a moody game that moves at its own pace. So it's kind of I'm afraid it might be impenetrable for streaming, but it looks like it's at least short, and it's really well written. And it's because it's the Middle Ages, because it's 15th century, essentially, Germany, or the Bavarian Alps, which is kind of the southern half of Germany, more or less. Um, it's very, it gets into a lot of liturgical stuff. It gets into a lot of very literary and philosophical stuff. It gets kind of scatological at times because that was a lot of the writing and a lot of the humor back in those days. But yeah, and so I'm telling I basically stay in this guest house with a farming family, and currently uh this girl that can barely speak is having trouble sleeping, so I'm telling her a bedtime story to get her back to sleep. Yeah, there was a cat on the cradle. It was jumping back and forth to keep the waves from getting in. The townsfolk couldn't believe it, so they slowly rowed their way out to the cradle. And when they looked inside, what did they see? A tiny baby, warm and... Yeah. Anyway, that's why they named the town Kinjik. Makes more sense if you know Dutch. And the other thing is, I'm kind of working on a clock, more or less. And I woke up late. I should find someone to eat with. Let me turn... So there's all sorts of different visual and accessibility options here. Let me see if there's a thing to switch the mouse buttons. And I could use a gamepad, but I can't flip the mouse buttons. Yeah, that's the other thing. I'm using easy read fonts, but when you don't have easy read fonts on, you get fonts that sort of look more like script, basically that have script that match the person that's addressing you, or basically that match the that matches Andreas's headcanon of the person that's addressing you, or basically how he envisions that they would talk to him. So it's really cool to see this. Hello, Andreas. It's nice to see you out and about. Morning, Clara. Keeping busy? Always. If it's not the washing, the cooking, the mending, the tidying. I'll lose my head if I count it all. And that's before we get to the wool. Goodness. All that wool. Wool? We sheared the ewes last week to prepare for the lambing. You remember the bleeding, I'm sure. How could you forget? My ears are still ringing. But the wool's all washed, and we've got a pile of spinning to get through. But the lambs are born. And where will we find the time? Who does the spinning? You? Goodness, no. It's too much work for one woman to bear. All the women pitch in. I like this as well. Now, sometimes when you start talking, there'll be like misspellings or spelling errors or whatever in sort of the script, and it gets kind of corrected. I guess as I parse, as Andreas parses it. Many hands make light work, eh? Do you enjoy it? You have so many sheep, it sounds laborious. I've never had much of a hand for spinning, though I enjoy the company more than the work. It's rare so many of the women in town are in the same room together. We share recipes, stories, hardships, friendship, you know? And maybe a little bit of gossip, too. You must know quite a lot about all the goings-on in Tassing. We know some, it's true. But Johann Bauer is there to watch over us, so things can't get too rowdy. Oh, and Andreas, you should come by. Like that, thank you. Everyone will be glad to see you, I'm sure. We meet at Johann Bauer's house. Please come by in the morning or afternoon and speak to Johann. Joe. I should get back to my labors, but it was lovely to see you, Andreas. Take care. Be well, Clara. Oh, Andreas, I meant to ask. Would you care to join us for a meal? I'd love to, Clara. Thank you. Blessed so Lord, these your gifts we're about to receive from your bounty. I pray that you keep safe the soul of my dear Christine, gone these 6 years. This is this table by her husband and children. It will take comfort that she'll be with you in paradise. Like I said, the game is the game gets very, very into the subject matter of, you know, being sort of based around I guess the social place of religion of the time, and especially in that part of, you know, sort of southeastern, what's now Germany, but kind of you know, bleeding into some of the other countries to the south as well. And Bastard had the gall to raise his hand to me in greeting. I should have spat at his feet. Dad, I don't know how we're going to pay the Abbey's taxes if he raises the milling fee. Maybe you can work out an arrangement that benefits you both. No use talking to that man, not with a bad blood between us. I could try to speak to him. He's friendly with me. Absolutely not. Don't you ever speak to him again. Ever. What? God, I'm not your child, dude. Sorry, Dad, I won't. I promise. You're going to give yourself chest pains again if you keep going on like that. My chest, it pains me, boy. Christ, my back hurts. How are we going to get these fills planted in time? I've been picking up the slack, haven't I? We'll get by all right. Did something happen to your back, Peter? I'm no doctor, but I could take a look. Now you've done it. Up with the sun, no matter the weather. Out there in the muck of the elements, working my hands to goddamn splinters. Watch your heart, son. You want to leave Clara a widow? There we go. Why don't you go see Agnes about a balm for your back? Dynaurin is the name on that? I don't want no goddamn women's medicine. Yeah. And there's that. There's a lot of this again. With Dad, we have a guest. If Agnes's medicine is good enough for me and Clara, I don't see why it can't help you, too. I trust Agnes's folk remedies when there's a doctor in town. Agnes once gave me a tincture for an upset stomach that was quite helpful. Gosh. Agnes you've got a problem with, Dad. Why don't you go see Dr. Souls instead? Souls is even worse. Charges you as much as the miller with all kinds of with all the kindness of the horsemen of the plague. The pain will pass. I'll push through, just as I always have. No, dude. Stubborn boy. Why don't you talk to that old soldier up at the Abbey? Eh. What was his name? Florian? Florian. Florian, yes. It was on the tip of my tongue. By the way, context clues are really awesome. This is Florian. And you get that for, like, you know, basically historical references and also character references as well. Just to put names to faces, or faces to names. And, like, you know, just to give you an understanding of, you know, the historical aspects of what people are referencing as far as places or books or historical figures or just everything. It's really cool. It's just, you know, everything is just really, really neat and interactive. Since when are you so fond of the Abbey, Peter? Florian might live at the Abbey, but he's a soldier still. One of them worth talking to now that... only one of them worth talking to now that Father Matthias has passed. What was that? When was that, eh? A few months ago? 34 or 35 months, I believe. Ah, young minds. A couple of years, a couple of months. You get to my age and there's no difference anymore. Matthias, you know, he was impressed by my age. Though, I must have been blessed by the Lord. Thought I must have been blessed by the Lord. Okay. Wanted to know all about my life and things I'd seen. Good man for a monk. Not like that new abbot. Only cares about his coffers, Geralt does. That's the Abbey for you. Do you see Otto up there much, Andreas? The abbot keeps him busy. I had dinner with him in Interest recently. He was working on some repairs to the abbot's house. Did anyone at the Abbey have a hello for me? George. Why, Clara? I'm only curious. There was a big George. Forget it. He was stupid anyway. Oh, poor George. Poor George. We don't often get meals with you, Andres. Pestering folks around town with questions like you do. You want to know anything about the town? Do you have any encounters with Baron Rothvogel? You think he talks to us? We may as well be furniture. Yeah, it really is. We may as well be furniture to the likes of him. Perhaps he doesn't talk to you, but he is known to have a wandering eye. What? He advances on either of you. Is known for pursuing peasant women? The young women in town know it's best to avoid Baron Rothvogel when he comes to visit. Yeah, it's really nice. It's really a cool design for especially conversations. Whether married to a man or married to Christ, neither gives him much pause. Married to Christ? You mean he goes after the nuns? Yeah, we looked that up. He's a handsome man, rich and powerful. He's also dead. None of us are really beyond his reach. There was that young woman who came to live with Lucky and Agnes, wasn't there? There's Lucky, there's Agnes. Ooh, there's motive for Lucky right there. That's not our business, York. Fucking nobles. Fucking nobles. God. All this shouting is making Ursula restless. Let's finish our meal in peace. Alright. Sorry, Ursula. How this game can have just an extreme reverence for, I guess, like religious practice, for, you know, whatever, but also, be like completely, completely rude in the best way possible. I hope we see you at the spinning bee, Andreas. Andreas, you say hello to the girls today. Eva and Claire? No, I mean the chickens. Peter, James, and John. I like it when you stroke their back and give them a good scratch under the breast. You name your chickens after the apostles? Isn't that blasphemy? Yes, when you put it when you put it plain like that. But I hear about the apostles every Sunday in Mass. They witnessed the greatest moment in Jesus' history. Jesus' greatest moments of glory and his darkest trials. And I was thinking, that's how it is with the girls and me. They see everything I deal with around here. That makes perfect sense. That makes perfect sense to me, Big George. Yeah. Yeah, let's Big George, a Christ-like figure. You're making fun. It's fine. I get it. Big George. Or Big George. I'll just call them girls. I don't recall your family eating eggs. What do you do with all of that? What do you do with all of them? Oh, we sell them to the Bowers. Carol says we need extra money for taxes. Like me for real, for real. It ain't blasphemy if it's done literally in good faith. Exactly. Exactly. Anyway, I should get back to it. Until later, Andreas. Till then, I don't think Peter's gonna have much for me, except Andreas. God bless you. Andreas, yeah, exactly. Just wondering when you'd turn up. The gaggle said you'd come to watch them spin. Between me and me, Hetty's not about to let you go once she's got her in her claw. She's got you in her claws. So I hope you've got a few hours to hunk down and get comfortable. Well, the time just now. Maybe another day. I'm not about to twist your arm, young Master Mallor. Be sure to come around before Sunday. Can't do. I'm kind of on a time limit in each playthrough, but yeah, I guess that's because it's just really conducive to replayability and getting different sort of situations each time. So I guess that's sort of where the RPG aspects of it come from, especially with. Oh, wait a minute. Where is? Do I have a? Like, more or less a personal history screen. There we go. Yeah, so, I did some time in Flanders. I know Dutch and French. Oh no, it definitely doesn't. It's definitely super replayable. Because, yeah, I chose Bookworm as kind of my background. I could have picked Hedonist or Troublemaker. Andreas is familiar with the basics of human biology, medicine, and illness. And then I think through information as I receive it, adapt spatial analysis, and can perform complicated calculations in my head. And I also know a bit about the occult. Just for personal reasons. Just for funsies. I know about the occult. And I work in an abbey. Oh, let me talk to Thomas. Oh, no. Gotta be with you, Andreas. At least my leg is back up to, Oh, Master Mahler. How long do I have left? I have 13 hours left before the, Let me go talk to... Gertrude. Matilda. Matilda is who I need to talk to. God bless you, Master Mahler. Let me ask you some questions, Sister Matilda. You know, Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's truly necessary. Concerns the murder of the Baron. Yes, it's tragic, but what does it have to do with me? Why did you have to leave Kirsau to go to a hermitage? Baron Rothvogel had an appetite for young women. Neither his marital vows nor the vows of the women seemed to matter much to him. When I was on my way to town one day, he surprised me in the mirror and made his interest clear. I refused his advances. I thought that would be the end of it. This was not enough, because he did the same thing the next day. I refused him again. Thought that if I was patient, the problem would leave with him. I never thought that the Baron was capable of doing what he did. The third day, he attacked me on my way through the meadow. Dragged me into the forest where he could have his way with me. Ugh. Managed to badly scratch his neck. I saved my virtue, but it enraged him. He beat me until he was exhausted, and then he left me there in the woods. Jeez. Mother Cecilia had me removed from Kirsau for my safety until I could recover. The wounds to my body have healed, but the attack has left a lasting injury in my mind. Rough stuff. Rough stuff. I was angry. I was filled with hate, yes. But it's been years. Mother Cecilia and Father Thomas helped me move past the anger. Find love in this community. Father Thomas? Yes. Father Thomas is our confessor. We can talk to Mother Cecilia about our problems, but only a priest can hear our confessions. Matilda, did you receive a strange note recently? Yes. How did you know? Baron Rothvogel received one. What did it say? Here, look for yourself. Remember what he did. The violence you suffered. The red bird flies. Martine's chapter. Ooh. Rothvogel. Red bird. Found it in my bed in the nun's dormitory. You can keep it if you like. Yeah, this has just some incredible care to sort of the hand script and things like that. It's really, really incredible. My bed? Who could have put it there? Only people allowed beyond the garden are the sisters. Can't imagine any of them making this. Maybe a conspiracy between Cecilia? Yeah. Oh, yeah. A conspiracy between Cecilia and Thomas? Beautiful handwriting, but both of them have been so kind to me. Thank you for your time, sister. God bless you, Master Mahler. Okay, so... who can we speak to? I mean, I don't think she would have the... I don't know if she would have the strength to... Yeah. Exactly. I don't know if Matilda would have the strength to kill the Baron, because the way that he was killed, he had a giant, basically a deep head wound, where it's like with a blunt instrument. And I don't know if she would necessarily... Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't a knife. It was there was a knife wound on the Baron, but it was like basically the way that we figured it out, because we did this sort of autopsy more or less, is that the Baron pulled his knife out in self-defense and then collapsed immediately after, and collapsed in such a way that he stabbed himself. And it wasn't really a killing blow to as far as the knife wound went. And it was also at a you know, a non-vital place. So yeah, it's super fascinating with how this is rolling out. Let's talk to the prioress real quick. Let me see here. Can I... Can I... Let me talk to Cecilia again. Bless you, Andreas. God bless you, Mother Cecilia. There's nothing I can help you with. I need to talk to you about Sister Matilda. Matilda told me. Of course. What happened to Sister Matilda was tragic. Lorenz, the Baron, tried to seduce Sister Matilda. She rebuked him several times. So one morning he attacked her on the meadow on her way to town. He dragged her into the woods. Yes, we know. The resistance was met with violence. Pilgrims to the shrine found her. She'd been beaten so badly she could barely move. I'm assuming the Baron didn't suffer any consequences for this attack. No, I knew he wouldn't. I also knew that bringing the attack to the attention of Father Matthias would put him in an impossible position. The Baron would suffer no consequences. The abbot would have refused his continued patronage. I concealed the assailant's identity from Father Abbot and had Sister Matilda taken to a hermitage near Mittenwald. Stayed there under the care of sisters until she recovered and could return. How did Sister Matilda feel about seeing the Baron again at Curacao? Andreas, if you want me to tell you that I think Sister Matilda killed the Baron, I won't. Seeing him was hard for her, of course. She defended her virtue for the Baron, but her injuries were severe. Her body recovered in time. Her mind, I don't know if it ever will. She still fights him in her dreams. Yeah. She wakes in the night screaming, soaked in her own sweat. No, So yeah, it affected her, yes. Still affects her. Doesn't mean she wanted to kill the Baron. It certainly doesn't mean she actually did. Sister Matilda is a faithful servant and friend of Christ. I believe that truly, Andreas. She is respected and beloved by this community for good reason. Very well. Thank you, Mother Cecilia. Andreas, if you want to thank me, do not mention Sister Matilda to the Archdeacon. I do not believe she could have done this. I'm not gonna mention. I'm gonna go to. I'm gonna go talk to. Who was it? Father Thomas. Father Thomas. It was down here by the village church. Huh. I'll talk to you in just a minute, Thomas. Okay. So Klaus Drucker. Fun fact about Klaus Drucker. He does Italian printings of a book called Till Eugenspiegel, the titular character of a popular 15th century book. Till is a prankster, continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He is also quite skilled at tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. That's Pentiment, baby. Wait, why can't I talk to Thomas? Can I talk to... I don't like that. Let me see if I can figure something out. Because I don't... I know... Hold on. Hold on. Like, I know that... I obviously don't think Matilda did this. But I also don't think that Piero did this either. Piero was found with a, Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Piero was found with a knife. And, Andreas? Yes, Brother Matthew. How did you sleep last night? You look a little rough around the edges. Yeah, exactly. It's very, like, you know, it's a very hesitating of, like, invoking the name of, I guess, like, kind of really taking it seriously about invoking the name of the creator. Which honestly makes kind of sense for a Benedictine order. So, you know, there's like a bit of a hesitation, I guess, you know, in the way that it's delivered, which I find really cool. Like, whether it's, you know, the Lord or God or Christ or Jesus or the capital H he, or yeah, however you want to, you know, however somebody invokes it. You saw someone where they were supposed to be. One might ask where you were when you saw them. Oh no, it's just, am I going down a dark path? Yeah. Yeah. Good day, Andres. Ah, Andres, what an awful time. Awful time. Baron, murdered at Kiersau. These are dark days indeed. Brother Piero, I admit I would have never thought him the type. What could have possessed him? Piero's a half-step from the grave. You really think he could have killed a man in his prime? Cool your tongue, Andreas. A murderer he may be, but the man is still your brother in Christ. Envy and pride inspire men to madness, Andreas, even old men. But you have come to me for a reason. Do you need something? He rushed into the scriptorium and said something strange at your desk. Pardon? And why were you sneaking about the scriptorium? What, was it some kind of disc? I can ask questions too. What's so important that you had to be late for church? Sneaky. I dropped the bottle on the plate on the floor and I was cleaning it up. Ah. What road should I take? I think I'm gonna take logic. You insist on prying into matters that aren't your business, and I grow weary of it. Let us seek a common understanding, Master Mailer, as two brothers in Christ. Please let. I'd love to understand things. Just gonna get under this guy's skin. Scriptorium is my domain, and you're a guest here. So long as that is true, I do not answer to you, but the abbot only. Is that clear? If you don't mind me asking, why aren't you the abbot? It's an elected position, isn't it? Did your brothers not find you fit? Aren't you better suited? Are you not better suited to the job given your age and experience? It's not. I will not discuss this with you. Are we done here? For now. Be well, fair enough. However you pronounce your name. Bless you, Master Mahler. You certainly are defensive and evasive. I'm gonna investigate the prior's house. Uh-huh. That's what I thought. What is this? Oh, Valel? Yeah. Thank you for the raid, Shorby. And thank you for hanging out. It is really... I've seen these before. In astronomy and medical tracks. What's this one for? Birthday, thank you for the sub. For the gift sub. Thank you. Or for no. The Prime sub, I'm sorry. I can barely read now. How are you doing, Birthday? I'm playing Pentiment tonight. And thank you again for the raid and the lurch with me. Good rest. I've seen these before. Well, thank you, Delirious. In astronomy and medical tracks. What's this one for? Playing Pentiment, which is a game set in medieval, basically late medieval Bavaria. And so it takes place in kind of a small village that is like an old Benedictine order abbey, more or less. And yeah, and there's a murder mystery involved, and there's a whole lot going on with who could have been responsible. Multiple sort of... Just finished the Slay the Spire run and it went horribly. Ah. Two wheels. Top wheel has Greek letters, and holes cut out to reveal Latin letters underneath. What? The outer edge of the lower wheel is divided into 4 sections, each bearing an elemental symbol. Greek, Latin, and elemental symbols. It's obvious someone with occult interest fashioned this. Ah, quarter turn of the upper disc aligns with a different elemental symbol. Aligns a different elemental symbol with the top of the lower disc. So this is like a decoder. Given the number of letters and size of the discs, there's enough space for a total of 4 versions of the Latin alphabet. This must relate to the Greek letters I found in Farnock's book. I need to compare them. But the symbols aren't the same. These elements don't appear in the cipher, and the astrological symbols aren't on the Volvel. Wait, of course. Every astrological sign corresponds to one of the 4 elements. Libra and Gemini are air, Scorpio are water, and so on. That's it. When the cipher indicates an astrological sign, I just need to correspond it to the appropriate element on the wheel. Simple. Okay, so... there. Okay, this is a... Yeah, we're doing Dakota Ring stuff. Okay, this is the... Oh, not quite. Is it? Oh, it is. It is. It is. Right. No, hold on. Hold on. Back to fire. Gee. Alright. Then to water. Then to let's see here, then air. Go here. Then earth. Yeah, this is this was sort of I don't know, described as an RPG, but it's got a lot of point and click adventure stuff in it, and a lot of kind of investigative and multiple paths of dialogue and things like that. And it's really fascinating, and it's got a lot of, and it's kind of built for replays as well. It's you're kind of working on a timer, you're kind of working against the clock, you're trying to figure out multiple things in like, you know, 3 days time in game. So I mean, tonight will probably be a single playthrough, but there's always going to be something else to do. There. Earth. Okay. Water. It's in the late brother Gerhard. Yes, it can't be a coincidence. Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah. Thank you. Hi, Gerhard. Brother Gerhard died sometime last year. How does this connect to him? Is it an anagram using Gerhard's name? Huh. Why his name? Buried? Hardier? Where's Chico? I'm sure Adoc would know. There are 7,560 different combinations to try. I don't have time to solve it through brute force. Let me think. Why his name? Why Gerhard? Dutch? No. Not Flemish or French. Let me think. Use his name for an abbreviation? Lots of letters for an abbreviation. A cipher inside of a cipher? Perhaps. It is. I'm not equipped with the key to solve it. So I must proceed with other options. Let me think. Wait. Maybe it's an abbreviation and a name. Gerhard is the name. What's H.I.? Oh, Howden... Noda? No. Inc Ilie Lacrimae? Oh my god, it's so much simpler. He iced it. Here lies. Here lies Gerhard. Gerhard's grave. I wonder if it has something to do with the Baron's murder. I should ask the abbot for permission to examine the grave. As soon as possible. As soon as. What do we got over here? Deep indentations on this parchment. Whoever wrote that on the page above must have... Yeah. Achievement. Whoever wrote on the page above it must have been angry. Wonder if I can make a charcoal rubbing of this on this page and reveal the content of the writing. Baron Rothvogel. Wish there was some way to... Oh, okay, there we go. Ah, clear as an alpine day. It's a letter to the Baron from the Prior. My God. Lorenz was blackmailing the Prior to get him to perform some kind of occult ritual. It's one thing to read books on magic, but few are foolish enough to attempt to actually practice what's written in them. Wow. What's over here, though? Someone was in a hurry to get rid of this parchment. Whoa. That's the same handwriting as the other two notes I have. Well, time to bust the Prior down. Andreas, may I help you with anything? I found others around Tassing with the same hand that appeared out of nowhere. What were you doing in my home? Aren't we jumpy today? Is there some reason you don't want to be in your home, Prior? Any secrets you'd rather stay hidden? Any person of manners knows better than to go snooping through others' things. I have nothing to hide. Then why burn the note? What was left was difficult to read, but I could make out the red bird, Mateen. It was a strange little thing I found on my desk after waking up from Mateen. It meant nothing to me, so I put it in the fire. Do you know who might have put it there? Surely it's just a loose scrap, but the hand was handsome, you're correct. Unlike anything penned by the brothers of the scriptorium, to be certain. How unsettling. Do you remember what the note said? No. Only that I found the contents nonsensical and disturbing. The remaining legible part read, "The Red Bird." You don't know what that could be? A scrap from some bestiary? I couldn't say. My eyes watch the heavens, not the trees. Although, we do not see many red birds at this altitude. The common robin, perhaps, or the swallow. That doesn't matter. I'm telling you, it was nonsense. Why do you find it disturbing if it was simply nonsense? I know German isn't your mother tongue, but I don't believe for a moment that you don't know that that red bird is Rothvogel. Enough. It was trash. Nothing more. And I have naught to say about it. One more thing. Who has access to your home? Everyone at this abbey. But what does it matter to you? It was just a scrap of paper. I found a similar notes in the Baron's effects. The abbot ordered you away from the abbey. Andreas, your cavalier attitude towards Father Guimau's demands. But don't you find the coincidence strange? No, we operate a scriptorium. Master Mahler and house perhaps the largest library. Master Mahler and house perhaps the largest library in Bavaria. We are awash in parchment scraps. They multiply like silverfish between the pages of our books. Are you satisfied now? I suppose that will have to do. Thank you. Excellent. Are we done here? I have a few more questions if you don't mind. Be quick about it. I came across an interesting letter from you addressed to the late Baron Rothvogel. What? Where did you get that? From an impression I made on your writing pad? You must have been pressing quite hard. Has something got you on edge, Prior? It's not as it looks. He was bit to coerce me into performing a ritual to help him with a condition. But I refused, as the letter makes abundantly clear. Ah, the French disease. Amazing. The line between one who knows such rituals and one who practices them is thin as a spider's thread, Prior. Some would say it's only a matter of time before the temptation became too much. Do not question my devotion to the Lord, Master Mahler. I am a prior of the Kiersal Scriptorium, one of the few of its kind left in Christendom. Modest though our abbey may be, our library contains works on subjects rarely found beyond its walls, certainly not all in the same place. For men of certain academic interests, it is perhaps the only place we may meet and discuss them. I've always thought it's a perfectly reasonable area of study, so long as you avoid certain subjects. A rich area for scholarly It's a rich area for scholarly insight. The Baron's interest was more than academic. When he wished to make it practical, I refused. There's nothing more to it. The Inquisition is not kind to the practitioners of witchcraft. Lorenz could have gotten you killed. I did not kill Baron Rothvogel. And I do not care if you believe me. It is simply a fact, which the Archdeacon will surely realize. Now, is that all? I have duties I really should attend to. I will leave you in peace. Be well, Friar. Be well, Master Mahler. Just grilled him. Let's see what's... Wait a minute. The apple trees have only started to bloom. It'll be months before they bear fruit. We go to the cloister. There's a few places to kind of look around here. Courtyard. The bot? Andreas, I am sorry about what's happening to Brother Piero. I do not know him well, but I find it hard to believe he could have killed the Baron. He didn't. I'm going to find out who did. I will pray for your success. To help to keep your spirits up, I would like to offer to eat with you. Well, you and some of the townsfolk. I'm acquainted with the Alvin family. I do not feel comfortable making this offer myself. If you could approach them on my behalf, I would appreciate it. The Gospel says a man cannot live on bread alone. From time to time, a little bread is required. I need to continue looking into the Baron's murder, perhaps later. Of course, I understand. God give you hope. Till later. Okay. What else is down this way? Nothing. A washroom. Infirmary. Ah, yes. Saint Luke, patron of the artists, is also patron of the healers. Bless you, Andreas. Okay, so... most of the medicines were made by Agnes Steinauer with some help from Sister Gertrude. Alright. Whoa. Hey, All Classics Gaming. Bloodstain is awful. It must have been left by the Baron before he died. Wow. Dance of Death mural. Father Matthias had it painted a few years before its death. For his death, it's beautiful. I'm doing fine. I'm playing a new game tonight. It's a game called Pentiment that takes place in medieval Bavaria, basically basically southern Germany with the border countries there, that sort of area. Or yeah, specifically the border of like I guess it would be Germany and Italy. Uh, near that part of the country around the 1500s, around the early 1500s. And I'm an artist that's working at a Benedictine abbey, and now I'm caught up in investigating a murder. We had a baron here, and he was commissioning. Um, yeah, yeah. You told me that you were from Germany, Berde. So yeah, there's like a lot of care into like kind of the historical documentation of this in particular. It seems so. I'm super fascinated with how this is unfolding, and how much research was put into this. Wish you were abiding my command to leave Pierre and the rest of the monastics in peace. Genoa's in a difficult position. He hasn't been at the abbot long, and he's young. The elder monks don't respect him. Heard of the Prince-Bishop murdered under the roof of his abbey? It doesn't look good. It could represent a threat to the abbot's authority. He could expel me from the abbey, masterwork or not. If the abbot discovers my treachery, it will damage my reputation with him. I don't think the abbot would expel me. The abbot could make my life very difficult for the rest of my time at Kirsau. I am satisfied I have the Baron's killer well in hand. And, if I'm not mistaken, truth is for the Archdeacon to uncover. Not a journeyman artist who is not even a part of this community. There's more at stake here than you understand, Andreas. Alright, given that I'm not the Lord and I don't have a perfect understanding of all things, of course that's the case. That may be, but I can't in good conscience let an innocent man face death while a murderer runs loose. What is at stake here exactly? I'm gonna be a little bit... Aside from an innocent man's life, of course. There are a few extant double monasteries with working scriptoriums any longer. They're costly to operate, and the church does not approve of them. Baron Rothberg was a friend of the Prince Bishop. If the French Bishop were so inclined, he could order the abbey closed and our community disbanded. Community of which you are not a member. And so whose precarity you can't understand. I thought you were a clever man, Andreas. Your ignorance disappoints me. I'm ignorant of a lot of things. For example, the identity of who really murdered Lawrence Rothvogel. Which is why I've come to you with a request. And? Let's get some internal thoughts. Brothers chose over Farron because they didn't find Farron untrustworthy. They didn't find Farron trustworthy. Genoa might not either. You keep Farron's name out of it entirely, but then my reasoning would sound rather vague. I reason to believe there's something... What does that have to do with the death of Baron Rothvogel? I'm not certain of the connection yet, but I have a hunch. You take me for a fool. I will not let you exhume Brother Gerhard's body on a hunch. Does it matter? He's nothing more than bones now. I'm sure you won't mind. He was the brother of this abbey, and he should be left in peace. Yeah, I'd like to. This is how I would like to be. Leave now, and do not pester me about this again. Well, what do I do then? Alright, I might need to convince Brother Volkfurt or Otto. Okay, I can get Otto. I will get Otto. Hey, Andreas, do you need something? Father Abbott said I should help you if you needed it, so here I am. It is a matter I need your help with, Percival. I suspect there's something hidden in Gerhard's grave. Do you think you could dig it up for me? Did you ask Father Guinot? I want to help, but I don't think I should unless he says it's alright. But he's also very credulous. Deceiving him would be easy, but... Yeah. However how severe the Abbot's wrath be? The Abbot's wrath be? After all, Volker is only a novice. Surely he would understand that I tricked him and would be lenient, would he? Wouldn't he? Hmm? Let's see if... I'm gonna try and, get Otto to help me out. Since Otto was a pal. Otto, where'd you go? Ooh, let's look in the guest house real quick. Hello, Master Aller. At Fürsten. Hey, alright, you can pet the dog. Are these... I can't talk to you. What is this? Letter to Baron from the Friar? God. Prince was blackmailing Ferent. Get him to perform some kind of occult ritual. Yeah. That's the blackmail letter. Oh! What a cute dog. You can also pet the cats. There's 2 cats in here, at least. You can't interact with the horses, though. Where is Otto? Thomas. I can't talk to Thomas yet either. Go to Central Town. There's Lucky. There's our cat, Schlau. All right. You're smart. There's Werner. There's more rooms. Wonder if they're... Tassing is lucky to have such woundwort naturally growing. Had to buy it back in Nuremberg. You're the artist? Nuremberg. Reyes Mahler, journeyman artist, such a service. Ah, that was Mahler. Someone mentioned you dabbled in university for a year or two. Funny. Same with the Gertners, yes? Probably does have a guest house, you know. I'd rather stay in town. Why should you care? They're not your rules. At least the monks will eat well. Food in Tassing's as miserable as its people. What are you doing here, then? Building up my contacts. People of merit do pass through here occasionally, unlikely those it may seem. You didn't have connections to find a big position in to find a position in the big city. That, or you weren't good enough. Excuse me? I will not be insulted in my own home by a godforsaken artist. Thought we were bantering. I don't care. Leave. Been a pleasure, I suppose. Goodbye. I love, I love the, I love how the, like, extremely, extremely upset dialogue appears on screen. Where is Otto at? Oh, Otto's... Oh, there's Otto. Oh, that's... Hey, Andreas. What? Might just, What's our situation looking like? Okay. Ooh, let's... I did not get that conversation with Lucky in. So let me do that, because I went to go eat at his house. We never got to that stage. Something occurred to me while we were eating. Andreas, I have things to do. Father Thomas needs me to help out at the church. After that, I'm going fishing with old Otto. That's old Otto. So if you don't need me to repair a wall or a fallen chimney, then leave me be. I can see you're busy, so I'll keep it brief. I hope to ask you a few questions about Baron Rothbergel. I don't think so. No? It'll only take a moment. Ask your questions of someone else. I saw you shouting at the Baron when he arrived at Tassing. What was that about? Andreas. If you had no part in his death, you shouldn't mind answering a few simple questions about him. You think I'm stupid? You're twisting my words around already. Maybe you'll try to see me killed with them. Did you kill him, Lucky? Well, I mean... Lucky is known to be an honest man. Maybe I can push him a little more. Yeah. Nothing more to say to you. Well, don't bother me again. He was not being forthright with me, and he seems eager to get away. If I wait here, maybe he'll leave, and I observe his actions. But should I do it now? It'll probably take a while. Well... What? St. Fireker's curse. Just between us, he's got a wonderful ointment. Surely more soothing than mold. Who's feeding you enough? You're looking a little thin. Oh, take some of this bread. That should perk you right up. Nothing like bread to fortify the spirit. I'm delivering to Father Thomas. You know how the Father loves his bread. He's quite the bread enthusiast. My favorite customer. Oh, God. You should come by the bakery more often, Andreas. Anna would love to see you. It's so cute when she tries to steal your hat. There's Anna. She tries to steal my hat. Of course, until later. Here you are, finally at church, and it's not even Sunday. Over the churchyard somewhere. Hefting stones. Why do you ask? Father Thomas, how's my favorite customer? Ah, Tourette. You know I can't live without my rye. You're too kind. Please enjoy it with my well wishes. I should be off. Be well, you two. Here's lucky. Andreas was looking for you. I told you to leave me in peace. What are you doing here? Have you suffered a head injury in the last 10 minutes since we last spoke? Are you following me, Andreas? Damn it, Andreas, don't play dumb with me. Lucky, leave the men be. He and I were talking about church. All is well. Now tell me, how's my wall? The damage is not difficult to repair. I can do it next week. Then I can put the fallen stones back up now. That'd be marvelous. I'm sure little lady would appreciate it too. But please, don't risk yourself. Get some younger men to help you. Afternoon, Father Thomas. Andreas. Lucky, see you soon. Don't work too hard, eh? Even at his age, Lucky is quite able. Only Big York can match his strength. Big York. Thank you for your labors, Lucky. Father Thomas. It's the waterfall where Lucky and Old Otto go fishing. I didn't know there were many fish there. I've heard salmon and trout gather at the base of the falls, yes. I'm not much of a fisherman myself. A bit squeamish, you understand. Why don't you ask? Why do you ask? Surely you're not really following Lucky. He's an honorable man, Andreas. Oh, with Christ. Oh, goodbye? Very unusual man. I don't know why, but that just looked... my face poking out of the log just looks silly. Oh, okay. Watered away. Okay. What's this mini game? Jeez. God, this poor fish. I suppose it's better than letting him suffer. Till later, Otto. Look, I just want information. I'm just out for information. Not out for much. Two innocents. That's strange. Are there two people buried here? Children, perhaps? Could they be Lucky's children? Why would they be buried outside of the churchyard, then? Almost like someone was trying to hide them. They left a note with the flowers. Remember the girl. One grave for two innocents. The red bird flies. Matines. Chapter. Hey, Clear Bear. How's it going? Very similar to the other notes I found. Interesting. Someone was trying to lure Lucky to the chapter house to kill Baron Rothvogel. It remains to be seen if he did. How was the rest of your stream? I went to sleep shortly after, or I went to sleep a little bit after I raided. Yeah. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing my first playthrough of Pentiment, which is yeah. Oh, well, glad that you were online. Like I said, I had a decent crowd, and I wanted to go somewhere new, and you know, yeah. Thank you. And of course. It remains to be seen if he did. Pentiment is a new RPG that came out today or yesterday. It's kind of got more of a point-and-click detective story sort of, you know, a kind of interface, and yeah, it's really fascinating because it's like you're basically an artist that's kind of working in service at a Benedictine abbey in like 1500s southern Bavaria. Basically in the Bavarian Alps. And there's a whole lot of like, you know, very very specific, you know, historical aspects and sort of historical documentation, and you end up investigating a murder. And yeah, it's really fascinating, and got a lot of references to you know, liturgical practices, a lot of references to just all sorts of stuff. It's really cool. It's really well done. It's by Obsidian, who did Fallout New Vegas and did Pillars of Eternity, and did a number of other games. And most of it was written by Josh Sawyer. Yeah, I noticed that just before I knocked out. I noticed that you were playing New Vegas. That's awesome. One of my all-time favorites. Lost Lucky. This grave does seem important to him, but could it be motive enough for him to kill Lorenz? I won't know until I figured out who's buried here. Well, guess I gotta bother. Lucky. Should find someone to eat with. I should find someone to eat with. I could have gone further into Boozle. What are you doing? I am working on Pentiment, a brand new game that just came out earlier, well, yesterday now. But it's from the same folks that did Fallout New Vegas and Pillars of Eternity. And it's really got a kind of a point and click energy, kind of a investigative adventure. It rolls out kind of the same way as something like Disco Elysium, or even in some aspects the Phoenix Wright game. But there's just a whole lot of, you know, dealing with medieval culture, dealing with basically Benedictine religious practices, and sort of figuring out this mystery of, you know, not just a murder, but a lot of secrets that are, kind of concealed by different people around this town or around this abbey. So yeah, it's really interesting. Um, what is this? Sister Gertrude dries and stores all of her herbs here. Yeah, in a way, kind of a D&D campaign, but um, more of, but I mean, not really a combat, not really anything like a combat system or anything. So more like I don't know. I think this would probably work better in like a powered by the apocalypse type RPG. Like the way that it would roll out. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, it feels like it'd be more akin to something like a 2D6 system. So versus what versus the D&D structure. Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, Sawyer's a really great. Sawyer's been a writer for a long time as far as RPGs go, and Exalted. I don't think I have played Exalted. Monstrous Chalice, Potem Sebrum Purificator. Almost everything you need for mass other than the host. Armoires held all the vestments of Brother Gano and Brother Matthew during mass. No, I Exalted, is that, gosh. Let me look this up and make sure I haven't played this yet. Yeah, it's oh, you mean the White Wolf game? Yeah. Okay, I have not. I played other White Wolf games. I played a lot of ETM obviously, and a bit of Mage, but I've not played Exalted. I know that's more yeah, it's see here. Okay, so it's kind of a okay, interesting. Yeah, yeah. I'm a big fan of World of Darkness in general, but I hadn't really touched Exalted yet. In fact, I played through Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines for the first time. I'd missed it for a long time. Um, Missed out on playing it for a while, honestly. And okay, yeah, that. Thanks for the disingenuous words there, Prior. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like a lot. I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and yeah, it looks like the sort of the narrative is pretty heavy. Let's go ahead and convince. Well, hold on. Maybe I can go get it's meal hours now. Okay, let me find somewhere to eat first. Oh no, I was supposed to go back and get that one guy from the cloister and take him somewhere to get food. Sabat. Time to eat with me and some of the townspeople? Of course, I'll talk to Gret and see who she wants to come along. A shrine to St. Moritz. I'll see you there. till then. Alright. Cool. Oh my. Andreas. Yes? Are these all the mothers from Tassing and the children? Oh, no, I don't think it's all of them. Pfeiffer couldn't make it. It's a long walk up here in her condition. And Hetty said Hans was too big for stories. There's Hans. There's Hetty. I love the context clues, the sort of the context clues. Therefore, like, you know, matching faces with names and also forgetting information on certain aspects of the world. I may have said something about your books. I like stories. Yes, maybe a little too much. Alright. I can tell a story. But first let us pray together and eat. The breaking of bread between us, let's recognize each other's Christians, bread choices. Alright. Good deal. You and your husband for this bread. Ulrich always says that bread brings people together. I missed this when I was in Flanders. I don't have bread in Flanders? Where's Flanders? North, down by the sea. It's where the miller's windmill came from. True, they have whole fields of them when the land is flat. I want to see them. Father Gino eats a white bread, does he not? Yes, the finest wheat is used for the abbot's bread. Why? The abbot is a very important man, Paul. We have bread in my home that we call injera. We make it thin, round, and wide, and we put our food on top of it. We can eat it with almost every meal, as you love the bread of your home, so I miss mine. Almonds? Oh, what's the recipe? Maybe we can make it. Thank you, but no. We use a fine grain that does not grow here, called teff. I hope that you can find our local bread satisfying. I do enjoy it, perhaps too much. I'm becoming too accustomed to life in Rome, even life in these mountains. In truth, I can no longer remember the taste of injera, not even the feeling of it in my mouth. It is great danger that comes to the blessing of travel, living a life between worlds. I don't want to talk about bread anymore. It's so boring. Bread. Don't be rude, Bert. Thank you, Claire. I did say I would tell a story. No, you've ever seen a Bible? Father Tom. Yeah, Father Thomas has one. It's huge. My dad has one. It was printed in Bamberg. Very good. It's the Bible from my home that I brought to give to the abbot. Andreas, do you have a favorite story to illustrate from the Bible? Yes, the spectacle of a prophet carried bodily into heaven. It's always a wonder to see how different artists illustrate it. Now then, children, do you know the story of Jesus feeding the multitudes? I like, Chorby brought this up when he was in here, but I like the way that when the dialogue flows out, the last word written usually is like references to God because of how, I guess in the Benedictine practice, you know, they're always hesitant to invoke the names, and you know, it feels, you know, fish and loaves. My mom and dad make loaves. They're always, you know, hesitant to kind of invoke names of their, you know, sort of creator, you know, the basically creator manifestations. This is from our Bible, how we tell the story of Jesus from thousands, from only a few fish and a few loaves of bread. Why is... We are all as God made us. But Tassing seems big to you. The world is so much bigger than you can imagine. There are many people of many different colors all over the world. There are places where no one looks like you or me. Really? True. Flanders ice haul ships arrive from the New World. These people look and invest very differently from us. Differently from Brother Sabah. They make art out of gold so beautiful it outshines the greatest works of the Christian. Did you know the Baron was murdered? Thanks for Bert. It came up while I was visiting the Druckers. I'm sorry, Marie. There's nothing to apologize for. We can't shield them from the world forever. I did not know him, Bert. But did you know the story of Lazarus? No? He was a friend of Jesus, and he became sick and died. But Jesus brought his followers to Lazarus' tomb. They prayed to God, and when they opened the tomb, Lazarus emerged and returned from the dead. Maybe one day Jesus will bring us all back from that. No one who's ever lived and died will come together and be... Okay. Have your hat stolen. Stole my hat! Stole my hat! Stole my hat! No one come out of the tomb like Lazarus. Oh, the ruins below the mill. They're Roman. And they all died a long time ago. But I saw one come out of the tomb the other night. They were in white, like Lazarus. Stop telling stories, Paul. And you shouldn't have been outside at night. Andreas, what does he mean? I know of texts, rituals that an educated man could use to attempt to summon a spirit. Why would someone do such a thing? Could be other reasons, some darker than others. Apologies for that, ladies. Thank you for sharing your meal with me today. I'll be leaving for Rome soon, but I'm glad to spend some time with you and your children. Thank you, Brother Sabat. It was wonderful. Don't forget to stop by the bakery before you go. I'm sure my husband will want to see you before you leave. I will. God grant you all health. So... yeah, okay. And I don't have a hat anymore. I don't have a hat. Okay, so I need to find a way to dig up the grave of Gerhardt, I think it is. Actually, let me see here. Audio. Yeah, most of the audio is kind of ambient and sort of ripped. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to... oh, let me... Andreas, Christ. There you are. Roslav, what's the matter? The Archdeacon, he's come early, with the entire retinue in tow. questioning everyone who knew the Baron and Brother Piero. I already told him the little I know. He expects to speak with you tomorrow at Nillen's. He's requested you specifically. No secret you've been poking around the sound of the Abbey, sticking your nose in the rot. Hope your prying has borne fruit, or Piero's neck will meet the sword. Done my best with the time I'm well aware of the stakes, thank you. Only I had a couple more days. Whatever happened, Piero knows you've been working hard on his behalf, and he's grateful for it. Only, Andreas... Just, you know as well as I do the Baron was not a good man. Not saying he deserved what he got, just... You think hard about what you tell the Archdeacon, and who you tell him about. You understand? You're worried I'll tell the Archdeacon of what I've heard of Sister Matilda. What I'm saying is... I mean, Sister Matilda, why would you... I didn't want to go there. All I'm saying is that if you wanted to keep it to yourself, nothing to do with Baron anyway. That's all I would ask of you. I'll return to Kirsal. The abbot would be having a fit right now. Be well, Andreas. I will pray for Piero's deliverance tonight. You should as well. So, this is a little frustrating. I don't have as much time as I thought I was going to. I wasn't able to dig up, the grave. This is gonna be one I'm gonna have to replay, unfortunately. Or fortunately. There's like multiple endings though. I have definite suspicions about. About who's responsible here. Yeah, it's very... It has a very specific art style with regards to, you know, being influenced by old texts and, you know, the style of period books and illustrations and things like that. I think it's really, really cool, honestly. There's the mill. Roman ruins. Child's drawings. I wonder who the artist is. Like, I hadn't really investigated this part. Collapsed. Looks like a Dutchman. Well, what's doing in Bavaria? Hey! Another dog to pet. Aw. There's 2 cats and 2 dogs to pet in this game. Or to interact with in general. Glass windows. Probably made in the Low Countries. Fascinating. Okay, so I don't know what else I'm supposed to be doing at this point. But I guess all I can do is go to bed in this game and then figure out from there what's next. said I can't really do much anymore. Andreas, when are you coming home? Dad, I'll be home soon. I just need to finish this commission for the Abbey. Good, good. Finish that masterpiece too. It's time for you to get on with your career. Yes, of course. You're not going to quit like this like you quit university, are you? No, of course not. Good. If it weren't for the work I did for the rector, you would have had the opportunity. Most people never get a second chance after they throw something away like that. We'll see you when you get back. Sure. Alright. Oh, it's you. I only have a picture of you. The one my brother Daniel made. I really don't have any idea what you like. What do you like? Please don't imagine me telling you in your own mind. Why? Well, imagine I'm wonderful or imagine I'm horrible. Either way, it's not fair to me, is it? None of us. Fair. I'll see you soon, Andreas. For real, I mean. I suppose that's true. Until then. Welcome back, Andreas. It's been too long since you've graced this court with your presence. Apologies, Your Majesty. My mind has been preoccupied by a tragedy at Kearsau. At Kearsau Abbey. What manner of tragedy? The murder of a nobleman, close friend of the Prince Bishop of Tassing. My friend, Brother Piero, is the abbot's only suspect. I know he could not have done it. How do you know? Examine your assumptions, my son. In addition to having no motive and violence not being a part of his character, he's not physically capable of the act. He's of limited strength and has palsy in his hand. That makes holding a paintbrush difficult. It's inconceivable that he would have the strength and resolve to kill the Baron with a blow to the head. A whole lot of inconceivable shit happens on this hell of an earth, Andreas. I just don't believe he could have done it. There has to be a better explanation. I do not deny that it is possible, but I believe it's extremely improbable. What do you intend to do about it? When I'm brought before the Archduke, he'll tell him what I know about the other people who had the moves to kill the Baron. And I'll have to believe he'll see there are much more likely suspects than Piero. Why have you taken this task upon yourself? If the Archdeacon's investigation threatens the Abbey, I want to protect it. What to say, Brother Piero? He has no one else to help him. Your love and devotion for him speak well of your character. A man who is humble before his elders. Honors also his God. Of course you'd say that, old man. He is right, though. If Andreas doesn't help him, no one else will. Exactly. I understand why brothers and sisters cannot act against the abbot, but I must do something. Why does that shit from Rain's abbot care about the death of a useless fart like Lorenz Rothvogel anyway? Powerful people get upset when powerful people are murdered. I mean, that's the truth of it, honestly. Oh, I can't disagree with that. That's also the truth, honestly. Oh my gosh, they could threaten the existence of the Abbey. Oh no, the Abbey. Who gives a damn about these hypocritical assholes? In any case, Andreas' ability to prevent Pierre's death depends on the judgment of the Archdeacon. Wise or foolish, corrupt or just, the Archdeacon will be the first and possibly final arbiter of Pierre's guilt. Andreas must win the Archdeacon to his side using the tools favored by men such as him. When's the last time you met a man who was truly ruled by reason? You must be honest in all things, Andreas. There are many, but many are not willing to accept the truth. The cost of honesty can be high. Wisdom can be shared, but only the audience may not comprehend it. Despite your talent, you're merely an artist. He has been invested with power by the Prince Bishop of Freisen. You have no authority with him. If reason, wisdom, authority, and honesty cannot triumph, what else am I left with? Hope? Lies. Truth. Above all, faith and providence. Well, what do you plan to tell the Archdeacon, Andreas? There were other people in Kiersell and Tassing who had motives to kill the Baron. Sister Matilda was badly beaten by the Baron for resisting his advances. She almost died. Why was the Baron not punished for it? It seems the Baron must be on the reach of justice, at least at the time. Mother Cecilia sent Sister Matilda away to a hermitage to recover away from the rest of the nuns. How did you come to this understanding? Mother Cecilia told me that the Baron had harmed a nun during his last visit, but would not tell me more. I crept into the Abbey's library after dark and investigated the nuns' minutes records to learn the sister's name. Once I knew the name, I confronted Matilda and she admitted what happened. It was a great deal by trespassing into the library. Right. And Andreas might have seen monks and nuns fucking scandalous behavior. Lorenz couldn't get his way with the nun, and he almost killed her for it. I wish I could say it's surprising. Sister Matilda's motive is a powerful one. But by what means might she have killed the Baron? She may have hit him with a shovel. I found a bloody shovel in the convent garden. Plausible weapon, to be sure. Shame we cannot confirm whether the blood of the soul belongs to Lorenz. Or the others are suspect. Prior Furnick feared the Baron would report his occult interest to inquisitors. How so? Prior Furnick and the Baron shared a fascination with the occult texts. The Baron was pressuring the Prior into performing a ritual for him when he was visiting Kiersau. When Furnick refused, the Baron threatened to turn him into the Inquisition. Whoa. How did you come by this knowledge? I found written evidence. A letter from Furnick to the Baron. We discussed all of these matters. It's a dangerous thing. A monk dabbling in the occult. His very soul could be in danger. Forget the soul. He could have been defrauded, excommunicated, even killed. All for a little curiosity. Better stay stupid and ignorant. That's what I say. We're well aware. All of this worry over dangerous books started in the University of Paris. Shouldn't even be an issue out here. The proclamation was made by the Bishop of Paris. The Bishop of Paris or by the Pope himself. The danger remains. Feared for the loss of his status, his life, and even God's grace. Men have killed for lust. How might the Prior have accomplished the deed? I am not certain. I haven't found anything that I he could have used as a weapon. It'll be a challenge to convince the deacon that a Prior committed a murder this foul. If you mean to suggest Furnick is a suspect, you must find a weapon to convince the Archdeacon. Are there any others you suspect? You brought a worthy mystery before this court, Andreas. I pray to God we've granted you the insight you need to face the coming challenge. Thank you, Majesty. Your Majesty, I'm prepared to meet the day. Before you go, Andreas, there is one more thing to consider. You will be summoned to the Archdeacon to tell him what you know. But you need not tell him everything. There is a place for a noble lie. This is not one of them. Why? The Baron's dead. All the people with motive to kill him suffered directly or indirectly from his wickedness. Simply mentioning a name to the Archdeacon may endanger them, whether they had anything to do with the murder or not. Right. No point throwing everyone waist deep into shit. I protest any attempt at deception, but you must ultimately follow your own conscience, Andreas. Little time remains before you stand before the Archdeacon. Use it wisely. Thus, until we meet again, Andreas, God be with you. Also with you, Your Majesty. Well, we'll see what happens. First of all, I need to find Otto. Well, I think. Who? We're gonna talk to Lucky one more time. No, I can't go this way. Smokey Joe. Thank you for the raid. I'm playing Pentiment. It's a murder mystery that takes place in medieval Bavaria. What do you want? Make it quick. There's a girl. One grave for two innocents. The red bird flies. Chap. And where it came from? No. No. And? That's all you're getting from me, Andreas. Are you done? One grave for two innocents. Tabletop simulator. Cards Against Humanity. Oh, that's what you were doing. Cool. How you doing, Jay? Thank you again for the raid. I'm Rat Clown Car. Usually I play retro stuff. I'm playing something a little newer. This came out today. Yesterday. It's an RPG with a lot of detective things going on. I'm basically trying to solve a murder. I won't talk to you about this, Andrea. Don't ask me again. Well, I can't get anything about Andreas. Unfortunately. But yeah, awesome. Glad to hear you had a good stream. I can't get anything out of Thomas. I can't get anything out of Otto either. I'm gonna have to go up to the Abbey. I'm gonna have to talk to one of the other monks up here to help me dig up a grave. I don't know where they are right now. That's the thing. Maybe down here in the animal pen. So there we go. That's whose help I need. Volkbert. Can you help me out? Not quite yet. Monument to the founder of the abbey. Oh, Gerhard's grave was disturbed recently. Let's see if we can get Otto. Well, let me go to the church real quick. I'm just wondering where exactly. How long do I have? 7 hours remain. So I have 7 hours to do what I need to in this game. I need to go back to the Zimmerman house. Okay, Otto. Afternoon, Andres. That Baron friend of yours killed up the Abbey. My mentor, Brother Piero, had been blamed for the crime. I had met him while I was replacing the scriptorium roof. He's not the right sort for a monk. Sorry to hear it. Oh, did you need something? I think you could help me dig up a grave. That's right. You're perceptive, Otto. You listen when people talk. You should try it. Did you talk to the abbot about the mischief? Wouldn't want to get my grubby hands all over his stuff without his permission. You still want me to do it? Sure, why not, though? It'll take a few hours, though. Especially if I'm digging alone. Alright, let's go. Let's do this. The town carpenter. What's that like? Exhausting. Not unlike this here. Satisfying, too. I make things with my hands. I feel the sun on my neck and sap under my fingers. I haven't fallen off a roof yet, so all in all, I can't complain. Want to be a carpenter? It had never crossed my mind that I'd do anything else. I was always going to do what my father did. How else would I have learned? I like being a carpenter. Necessary work. Keeps me talking to everyone in town and aware of what's troubling them. Many people in Tassing are struggling, Andreas. Peasants especially. I heard as much from Clara. They used to be able to pay a portion of their taxes and crops, but the abbot put an end to that. Now if they get a bad price to the miller, they don't have enough to pay the abbey. That's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. The abbot might own the land, but he doesn't work it. He just reaps the benefits of others' efforts. It's not just him. The law, imperial law, that's what gives him the power. So maybe the laws have to change. Someone should do something about that. Why not? Who, though? Not street tradesmen like you. Too much work. Wouldn't want to get your hands dirty. Anyway, I should get back to digging. It's going to take a while. This is all on my own. Ways to go yet. Why don't you take a look around? Okay. Kind of looking around the grave. Oh, Father Matthias is here. Out of Kiersau before Father Guidon. Widely respected by the monks and nuns as well as the people of Tassing. Known for his kindness and love of books. The wooden headstone, too. Things must be worse to the abbey than I thought. That's why I would explain why the abbot's ringing the presents dry. The rest of the abbots are in the crypt or under the church. I took a look at them while inspecting the foundations with interest. Kearsar's built on top of an old Roman fort, not cheap to maintain by any means. Still, I'm surprised the Abbey doesn't have enough money to pay for a new tomb. Surely they could do better than a wooden gravestone. Take it up with the Abbot if it bothers you so much. Me? I think they should all get wood. Ah! Yeah, that's right. Sister Maria, the librarian. Probably before your time. I was a boy when she passed. My father spoke well of her, though. And she reminded him of his own grandmother. A sweet woman who loved the Lord. I expect the abbot will have her dug up soon. Pardon? The brothers and sisters are buried here until their bodies decomposed. Then they're dug up and moved to the abbey's crypt. A ghoulish tradition, but I've always thought, what's dead should remain buried. But then they don't have much space here, and many of the monks aren't long for death themselves. So... Mother Brunhilde? Batista? I doubt anyone's in that one. Given the age, I guess she's long been moved to the Abbey crypt by now. You worried Father Gernot might try to punish us for this? God willing, we'll be done before he finds out about it. So you want me to speed it up? Sure, what do you care about my back? Short, angry monk coming this way. Matthew's not gonna like this. I could hide, but that'd be... gonna be happy with me if he has to deal with Matthew on his own. This could be the clue that unlocks truth about who'll kill Lorenz. What's a little trouble if it saves in this end's life? It's all well here. Why would it not be? Why have you coerced the carpenter into digging up the late brother Gerhard? Someone has disturbed this grave, and I suspect that it's connected to the Baron's murder. That is curious, if you're telling the truth. Even so, Brother Gerhard's grave is not your concern. You're not a member of this community, Andreas. As the Circator, it's my duty to prevent such mischief such as this. I'm terribly convincing. The hat, it gives me an air of authority. You seem to have lost your hat, Andreas, and with it any common sense you possessed. Master Mala, you just admitted to being unable to prevent a child from pilfering your hat. I do not know how you believed you would get away with this macabre caper. Master Zimmerman, please clean this up this mess. I'm going to speak with the abbot about this immediately. Oh well. Is that going to cause problems for you? You've got convictions after all, huh? Well, the sun won't wait, so I better get back to digging. We're gonna have to fight them on this. Oh. Oh my. Oh, Jacob from Cologne. Did you ever meet him? We spoke a couple of times. He was a funny man. Just about the only one of these monks with a sense of humor. Some of them aren't so bad. Piero especially knows how to laugh. If you say so. Jacob had a gift for manipulating his features and his voice to imitate the other monks. A man like that is wasted in an abbey. Well, I've reached the body, but what, is something wrong with it? Looks fine enough, decay notwithstanding. Someone stuffed a sack under his ribs. Good God, let me see. Ah, arcane tools. They could serve no other purpose. Tools? What do you mean? What would you use these for? Magic? Jewel plated with precious metals and engraved, a silver chase rod and a golden plate. The rod has symbols of the zodiac on it. The plate has some script I don't recognize. And a knife. Seems ordinary enough, but together with the other two, buried here. Why would someone bury them here, together? Because they're forbidden? Wait, there's blood in some of the symbols on this rod. Dried to be certain, but not that old. Baronet tried cleaning this, but wasn't able to remove all the blood. Could this be what was used to kill Lorenz? Who buried this here anyway? I can't say, but it may be connected to the Baron's murder. What? None of this makes any sense. What's going on here, Andreas? That's what I need to figure out, Otto. Thank you for your help. Well, it's fine. It's totally fine. Hey, that's cool. It is time to accuse a prior of murder. All right. Well, what do we got? It was not Sister Matilda. Well, let me go ask Matilda, actually. I doubt that it was her, but... like, I don't know. I don't know. Let me go talk to Matilda then, one more time. Let me ask you some questions, Matilda. Garden shovel? I wouldn't say it's mine. It belongs to the Abbey. I just use it more than the other sisters. There's blood on it. You used to kill baby rabbits in the garden. The other sisters are too squeamish to do it. They didn't clean it because it was going right back in the dirt anyway. Why bring up the shovel? Oh, I understand. No, I didn't use it to kill the Baron. A man is not a rabbit. Thank you for your time, sister. Alright, so... I don't want to bring up... Did he know that the Baron was the one who attacked you? There was no need for me now. It wouldn't have done any good. There's nothing else, okay? Alright, just making sure. Just making sure. See if I can talk to Cecilia real quick. Alright. Greetings. Nothing. I'm feeling my way around until I get some more information, because time is short with this shrine. Nothing in the shrine. I think the prior is the guy that might be our guy. I have to just figure out who I can actually talk to. Okay. Florian can't really help me anymore. Aquarium. That's basically a white space. Chapter house. Large garden. You know, okay, so I don't know where. I'm sorry, Andreas. I can't let you down there. Father Gano does not want anybody talking to. I don't want to blackmail him. I've never talked to Lucas before in this game. Back to the cloister. That pot? Can't really do anything there. That's that hot. Anybody in the dormitory right now? Nothing in the dormitory to begin with. Okay. I could try going to the crypt. Yeah. I could try going to the crypt. No, I can't get there. Can't get to the library. Because there was a secret passage there, but now it's closed. Oh well. I think we're kind of stuck. Oh well, I guess we better grab something to eat then. Because that's about the only thing that we're going to be able to do at this point. Alright. I want to go to the Drucker house. There's old Otto. I'm gonna get in some investigation on Johann. And the widow over here, because I never did talk to Widow Kemford. There's Franz. Hey, Mahler, you see my son? That fucking rat. That Leoblat was asleep when I went into the fields. He told his mother he was sick. He say anything to you? Told me to eat shit, actually. God damn it, how many times have I told him? Must be his mother's influence. He sure shit didn't learn that behavior from me. If you see him again, will you tell Kat? She's been driving me crazy about it. What's in her world? There ain't a thing in this world that doesn't worry my wife. Martin's no exception. Boy's always running off. Always comes home too. Doesn't stop her getting hysterical about it. He's her son. Stands to reason she'd be concerned if she disappeared. Well, yeah. Oh, forgot to ask. You hungry? Want to eat with the family? I'll come back to you. I'm sorry to cause you much trouble, but have you seen Martin recently? I wasn't feeling well, so I let him sleep until... Okay, when I came to check on him, he was gone. Went through the Abbey, on the... Yeah, he ran to the meadow when I was on my way to the Abbey at Prime. He said he was sick. What was he doing in the meadow? He hardly ever goes over there. Always makes him sneeze. Why do you ask? Mark's not been home in some days. Has a history of making poor decisions. Like stealing. Rothfogel's manservant believes Martin may have stolen some of the Lord's rings. Lord have mercy. That must be where he's gone. To sell them. Oh, Martin, how could you? Last time he ran off, it was to Innsbruck. But I don't know. I don't know. He could be anywhere. What if he's attacked on the road? God, that you're alright. You're right. I'm sorry. This is not your trouble. Thank you for speaking to me. I don't want to impose, but it wouldn't be too much trouble. Please let me know if you see Martin. I'm so worried for him. Okay, I wanted to ask you, would you care to join us for a meal? I'll get back to y'all. I am gonna eat with y'all, just not yet. I'm gonna go here to Attila's home. You want something? Must be Ryan's cane. It's strong, dirty, and here, the head was broken off. The break looks recent. Did Attila have used this cane to kill Lorenz? Otto, your husband's cane is broken. Do you remember how that happened? How should I know? Everything in here is broken and falling apart. Head broke off at some point. I don't remember how. Alright. Okay. I don't think it was Attila. And it's a little late to start suspecting her too, because there's just a lot going on. I will come back to them. But now I need to go, yeah, where? Loki's home. Master Mother? Met once before, I think. You were drawing something by the waterfall. A charcoal burner. Anything I can do for you? No, just being friendly. What? Huh. Hadn't seen you around before. Who are you? The Executioner. Got a problem? Name's Rickard, if you care to know. What do you think? Folk don't like folk who kill a... But don't you feel responsible for actually killing the guilty? Why should I? Besides, a few jars of beer and I forget their faces anyway. I'll leave you to it then. Oh, hello. Oh, you're not a local, are you? No. Staying in Tassing only briefly. People don't much like Romani. Most folks despise anything that's different. I like staying on the edge of town. I search to find whatever's different. It's the differences in the art style that makes their work unique. Ah, you're the artist staying at Kearsau. Yes, just visiting Tassing for some time. My name is Andreas. Andreas Mahler. Nice to meet you. Most folks in Tassing don't come down here to talk. Ah, right. I'm Vaxslav, a traveling tinker. Travel from place to place. Sharpen knives, spin small things that need mending. That sort of thing. Do people in Tassing need much tinkering? All folks have chipped blades and broken wheels, and loose hinges and worn tools. I wander, mostly, but I can find a bit of work wherever I go. I, actually came to see Kearsau's library, and hoped for one of the monks to read them to me. But the abbot wouldn't let me in. It's a great shame that Kearsau hides its books away from the town. Everyone should have access to the knowledge. We're alike in that regard, Master Mahler. What were you looking for? Well, I explained I was looking for a text about the elements. If they're primordial, as Aristotle says, then God didn't create them. They exist with him, since the dawn of time. That's a fascinating idea. Not only that, it explains the presence of angels and demons before the creation of the world. For the 5 elements, angels are fire and air, demons water and earth, and the world was ether before the Lord formed it. That's why Satan appears as Saint to Eve. Snakes can only dwell in deep caves and pools. I'd never considered that way before, but you might be onto something. I did not expect such open dialogue with you, Master Mahler. Even with your stature would entertain such ideas with someone like me. Anyway, I should get back to work. Until later. Okay. Cool. Interesting aside, I'm still meeting people, essentially. Shrine of Saint Satya. Carving of Saint Satya. Looks quite old. Let me see if I can get my hat back. That's the important thing. Where's my hat? Maybe I can get my hat back this way. Okay. For joining us, Father. It's an honor to be at your table. Please, Ulrich. There's no need to stand on ceremony. You know I enjoy sharing a meal with you and your family. Especially when Gret serves a rye. God bless you, Father. You're too kind. How's Peter been lately, Andreas? Bad mood, but nothing unusual. Most of the peasants are in a bad mood. Between the miller and the abbot's taxes, they're in a hard place. More than a few families are having difficulty paying their bills. I can offer them credit, but I worry about the town's future when times are so hard for them. Grippers are struggling to pay their taxes. It's made more difficult as the abbot won't let them pay in kind with their crops. Between the abbot's taxes and Linhardt's fees to the mills, they're struggling. Pretzel! I can give them some relief. I must provide it joyfully. I have a kind heart, Ulrich. Perhaps too kind. But I do love that about you. Should this really be your concern, Ulrich? If the peasants are unhappy with the taxes for the millage fee, they can propose a change. They might speak as Christian to Christian. Surely they can find common ground. But in any case, is the miller not entitled to recompense for his labors? Is the abbot not entitled to taxes to rightful lord of the land? This is the way it's always been. Will always be. Well, Linhardt takes more than is fair. His behavior is not acrostic. You will be the one to judge him, Ulrich Alban. Will you judge the abbot as well? Okay. This is no matter to tease about. Peasants are suffering. The causes are plain to see. Concern is admirable, Ulrich. Take care in how you speak about this. May I suggest that you speak to him in person. Don't make accusations, but share your concerns. I've not found him to be an unreasonable man. Unreasonable man. With all due respect, Father, I've been dealing with Leonard Miller and his father for over 20 years. I know the character of the Miller men. Kindness and reason are not in their nature. God's love is within all of us, Ulrich, even Leonhard Miller. Andreas, don't you think Ulrich should try reasoning with him? Past interactions have not yielded fruit. It is reasonable to assume there is little point for further appeals along the same line. We must always hope for our fellow man. I have faith in Christ and love for Linhard. Hope for him is more than I can muster at the moment, Father. Oh, did I mention Sister Matilda came by to buy bread for the sisters? She had a dark cloud over her. I think the Baron's death has upset many of the brothers and sisters of the Abbey. She's probably... I can only imagine murder that violent. Especially of a nobleman. Sister Matilda seems so strong. I don't think I've seen her like this before. Yes, when she comes to buy bread, the Abbey can make some of their own, but we provide the rest. She works for that Bohemian monk, Brother Woslaw. He makes her laugh. Oh, my heart. That's not appropriate. Father, surely friendship between a brother and sister united, but in Christ is all right, isn't it? Not if they are sworn to celibacy, no. Troubling. Oh. No. Father Thomas, don't be a snitch. As you say, I suppose. Well, I should get back to the counter. The borrowing ladies will be by for their bread soon. It was our pleasure. Okay, well. Jacob has arrived. One more cat. One more cat. Okay. Let's send the friar down the river. Let's put it all on the prior because he's a jerk. Will it ruin my time at the Abbey? Probably. Do I necessarily care? Not at this point. Right, where is Jacob at? Jacob has arrived. He wants to question me at in the chapter house. Okay. In the chapter house. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. This way. How do I get back to the cloister? There we go. There we go. Frickin' Andreas. Hey, Andreas. Bless you, master. Master Mallow? Yes, it's me, sister. I think Brother Piero really murdered the Baron. I think people see the devil where they want to see them. I didn't see the devil, but I think I smelled his odor. The night before the Baron was killed, I woke before Matines and smelled something. Our dormitory. Moss and sulfur mixed with frankincense and roses. Moved through the room. I wanted to scream, but I was too frightened. It was gone. Ashamed I didn't cry out, but I don't know what to do. I think they were all asleep. Thank you, Sister Margaret. Ulrich. Andreas. I really don't care what you're aware of. Oh well. I believe you're the archdemon. Archdemon. To the archdeacon. Yeah. Please state your name for our records. Really? What brought you all the way to Upper Bavaria? Of course, Your Reverence. What was your relation to Lorenz, the Baron Rothvogel? Only knew him for a day, but we were on friendly terms. Hmm. That seems unlikely. Would have to have a reason. If not that, something else. Otherwise, it makes my presence here somewhat difficult to explain. The Baron Rothvogel was murdered here, in this very room. Someone did it. Father Ganoa believes it was one of his monks, Brother Piero. I've met with Brother Piero and questioned him at length. Well, it seems unlikely that a man of his age and temperament could murder the Baron. He was discovered in Flagranti Delicto. He wasn't, though. The Baron was already dead. Nero had reasons to resent the Baron, the loss of his work. This is some discussing the writers of the troublemaker from Wittenberg. As for his age and his infirmity, I myself have read many cases of which a man of modest strength comes to the temptations of the devil. Once seized by a devilish fever, the poor sinner gains an infernal power that allows him to inflict grievous wounds, sometimes fatal. What I'm saying is that in spite of curious circumstances, Brother Piero is the most plausible perpetrator of this most vile act. I understand that you were on friendly terms with Brother Piero. You also interacted with the Baron in both the town and the Abbey. Did you witness anything that suggests someone else could have murdered him? Let's see here. Who is Lucky Steinar? I don't believe his name has come up during your question. Found stonemason. Alright. What's the connection between the stonemason and a nobleman from Worms? I and at least 3 farmers of the village saw Lucky arguing with the Baron when he came to town. About what? I don't know, but the argument was heated. Eddie and Veronica Baron witnessed it. Mention a 3rd witness. Yes. Martin Bauer. Fortunately, yes, the boy fled. Still, we will question the women about what they saw. As a stonemason, Lucky would have any access to any number of tools that he could use to bludgeon the Baron. We found such a tool? No. No, but that does not mean it. No, but it does not mean it does not exist. And as they are Lucky tools, only he would know if one went missing. Okay, you know what? Extraordinary claim, Andreas. The abbot speaks highly of both the prior and oversees your and Brother Piero's work, does he not? Yes, but Prior Frenek's role in the scriptorium has little bearing on his motive. An extraordinary claim requires extraordinary evidence to take it seriously. Why would I take the word of an artist over a respected officer of this abbey? I can provide evidence of Prior Frenek's motive. Frenek's motive. Please do so. The day the Baron arrived, I secretly observed Prior toward him. Was this an intentionally covert observation? No, I was working alone in the Prior, and I dropped something on the floor. Prior did not know I was there. Very well. Continue. He wrote a note, a cipher, in a book. When I deciphered the note with the Volvel, it pointed me to a grave in the cemetery. This is already quite elaborate, Master Mahler. How does it connect to the Prior's motive? I found buried in the grave a number of occult items. A knife, a plate, and a cup, all engraved with magical symbols. The earth has been freshly turned. Prior buried them there on the day of the Baron's arrival. The possession of these items is indeed troublesome. I still don't see a connection between Prior Ferenik and the Baron. That is, other than the coincidence of the Baron's arrival and the burial of the objects. Now, do you have any other evidence against the Prior? Baron and the Prior were exchanging letters about performing a magical ritual during the Baron's visit. I have a letter the Prior wrote to the Baron. In it, the Prior mentions that he will not perform the ritual for a Baron, even if the Baron does follow through on a threat to implicate him to inquisitors in Innsbruck. The implication of necromancy is a serious matter. The Prior's position would have been in peril, possibly even his life. And how do you believe Prior Fennec would have killed the Baron? I pray you will not say it was a magical ritual. I found a silver rod that belongs to the Prior. It has dried blood on it. Likely a magical tool of some sort, but it is a size and weight appropriate for the head wound that the Baron received. How did you come to possess the item? In truth, it involved a little grave digging. Master Mahler, while it is not my place nor my task to hold you liable for what you've done, I will be informing Father Gnome. Is there anything else to say about the Prior? No, Your Reverence. Very well. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? I don't want to implicate Sister Matilda, but I might have to. Please explain. On his last visit several years ago, the Baron attempted to have his way with one of the nuns, Sister Matilda. She refused him, and he beat her within an inch of her life, as I heard it told. She hurried away to a hermitage to heal, and to avoid a scandal. Matilda still suffers. He believes she wanted revenge. Yes, Mother Cecilia sent her the heritage if you need cooperation. And what has Sister Matilda said on the matter? She didn't deny her anger towards the Baron, but she did deny that she killed him. Is Matilda a strong woman? Yes, she is a cellarer for the nuns, so she toils more than most other sisters. Even so, it would be difficult for her to overpower a man of the Baron's size and strength. I discovered a shovel in the garden that Sister Matilda pins. It was stained with blood. That's certainly strange. Did you ask her about it? I did. She claims she uses it to kill rabbit kittens in the garden. I'll leave it at that. Who else may have wanted to see the Baron dead? Yes, his name has come up in my inquiries. My understanding is that he absconded with some of the Baron's valuables. Arnold? Yes, Your Reverence. A silver ring, a gold ring, 12 golden, 10 groschen, and a book intended as a gift for the Abbey. Thank you. It's my understanding that this boy was known as a thief, but also as a coward. That the theft was from the Abbey's guest house, after the Baron had already left it. I'm not treating him as a serious suspect for the Baron's murder at the time. Who else may have wanted to see him? I think of no one else who would have cause to corner the Baron, Your Reverence. Very well. Are you aware of anything else that might shed some light on this case? Has Brother Florian told you about the note he found in Baron's clothing? Yes. Brother Florian came to explain how he came to find it and told me of its contents. Master Alsjaeger has entered his testimony in our register. I don't understand the implications. Who is the innocent? It's not clear to me either, Your Reverence. Do you believe the murderer wrote it? Whoever wrote it was a talented scribe. I understand Kirsten has two elderly, the elderly brother Adok and the younger brother Guy. To be frank, Your Reverence, neither man has the skill to write in this way. There's something else about it, too. The style is just different. It's unlike Adok and Guy's writing, unlike mine. Thinking about the way the first and the second strokes meet on the A and the G. Yes, well, whatever the particulars, it seems it will remain a mystery that stands apart from the commission of the murder. Unfortunately, there is more to tell. I found more notes. Notes written in the same hand, the same type of parchment, those who had a motive to kill the Baron. That is deeply troubling, but again, beyond the bounds of my investigation. In any case, I thank you for bringing it to my attention. Of course, Your Reverence. I don't think this was enough to save, Not at all. You're an educated man and have conducted yourself appropriately in this inquiry. I reserve final judgment, of course, but who do you believe killed the Baron? Considering all the evidence... Okay. I had been acting strangely since the Baron arrived. I should talk to him to find out if there was something going on between them. He's usually in the scriptorium. It's a bit evasive. Cover the Revel. Here lies Gerhard. I should check Brother Gerhard's grave. There was a piece of paper on the desk that had an imprint of a letter. Found the remnants of a note. It's unclear what the contents of the notes were, but it's written in purple ink. Did not give me permission to dig up Brother Gerhard's grave. I may need to convince Brother Folkbert, or maybe Otto Zimmerman. Found a letter in the Baron's belonging. Brother Gerhard's grave looks like it had been disturbed recently. Covered a silver rod with occult symbols on it, traces of dried blood. In Brother Gerhardt's grave, I discovered a number of magical tools. Here's... The prior hid them here out of fear that may be discovered. The note he wrote must have been a message for a fellow magician to dig them up at a later date. I don't think it was Matilda, and I couldn't get enough out of Lucky. So I'm gonna have to go with the prior. His behavior on the day of the Baron's arrival may have revealed the anxiety of his situation. Others may have had a motive, but Prior had the most to lose. Both of these are true. Well... Andreas, I didn't think you were coming to this. I didn't think I was either. I suppose I wanted to see how this ends after all. It was the prior of the Abbey, if you can believe it. Did you ever talk with him in the Abbey, Andreas? You missed the trial, Andreas. The Archdeacon read all the charges and found him guilty. I worked with him every day. He was obsessed with dark. I worked with him almost every day, Claire. I didn't know he had murdering. Oh, they want you to think they're so pious. But all they're here to do is slowly drain the life out of this town. Calm down, Peter. Oh, here comes the procession. Did I miss anything? No, you're fine. Andreas. Otto. A cigarette. Well, jeez. Running like a chicken. Warn him peace and safe conduct, whatever may befall him. And I thank God and my master who has taught me such art. Well. Was it? If you want someone to blame, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. You've turned a blind eye to his activities for years. Dare you? Do you want to understand the pressure I'm under to keep this abbey together? Does that mean you should ignore the fact that your prior studies black magic? Or that he killed a man? You are no longer welcome at Kirsal, Andreas Mahler. I'll send your final payment to the Gertners. You have a long and successful career in Nuremberg, and you never travel this way again. Well, whatever. Bye, jerk. Andreas, has the time come for you to leave us? I'm afraid so, Brother Piero. Oh, there's multiple acts. The farewell will have to be brief, Father. You know, made it clear that I was no longer welcome at Kirsal. I pray that time will soften Father Abbott's heart. I hope he eventually realize that you only tried to help me. It was a sad parting, but inevitable. I hoped you would stay a bit longer. But the world needs you more than Kirsal does. You've grown beyond this old abbey and become a master in your own right. I will miss you, my son. But we'll keep you out of trouble when I'm gone. I pray that it is the last trouble I will see in my old age, and I have God and you to thank me for getting me out of it. Oh, your masterpiece is complete. May I see it one last time before you go? The opinion of an old monk matters little. All the same, I'm excited to see it finish at last. It is a masterpiece. Truly worthy of the word. And it appears that you took my advice to heart. What advice was that? Put yourself into the work. Not just to interpret another artist's work, but to transform it into something true. This shows the world as it is, as you have seen it, even if it is not what we may want to see. Though it is not my place to say so, I am proud of you, Andreas. What? What's this? A scrap of parchment? Oh no. Do not return here. Whose hand is this? It doesn't look like Brother Adolf's or Brother Guy's. Brother Florian and I found a similar note to the Baron's clothing. I was trying to manipulate him into going to the chapter house in the middle of the night. I found more notes delivered to others when I was investigating. This may have been written by someone who knew the darkest secrets of the town and this abbey. They tugged at those secrets to kill the Baron. Like someone pulling threads that have been buried in the past. Frightening thought. Who would do such a thing? Wish I knew. Do not trouble yourself overly about it. Your future lies outside of these walls. I hope that you will have time to visit me once or twice in your travels just before the Lord takes me. Assuming Father Gennaro does not forbid it, you must have faith that better days lie ahead for all of us. God bless you, Andreas Mahler. Thank you for your friendship. Until next time. That's Act 1. Are you alright, Master Andreas? What? Are you alright, Master Andreas? Yes, thank you. I was just remembering him. Trying to, anyway. Doesn't come easily anymore. Oh, would you like to me to leave you alone? No, Casper. It's not necessary. There's nothing to be done about it now. Too late. But so many things. Andreas Mahler. I never expected to see your face here again. Have you been in Nuremberg these past 7 years? No, Nuremberg for a few years. I received some lucrative commissions abroad. Ooh. Ooh. Appears there's some English you can reference that cultural touchstones from London and other parts of Britain. Yeah, Aragon. I spent a few years in Aragon. They're quite fond of the Netherlandish painters, and my style was, well, close enough. They are still conducting those ghastly inquisitions there. But across the peninsula, yes. But less so in Aragon. Why? I find them cruel. The Jews were ejected from Dijon as well. An ugly part of our history. I'm surprised you care at all. Well, I'm not about to leap into a fire to save anyone, but I don't think it's right what's happened to them. In spite of our poor extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome. Inside of your extensive travels and success, you're still not welcome at Curacao. The abbot hasn't forgotten what happened. 7 years isn't all that long. I simply wanted to pay my respects to an old friend. Surely you understand that. I understand that why Father Abbot expelled you from the abbey. What were you expecting? A hero's welcome? Fine. The Land House. An inn or a tavern, usually owned and operated by a single family. The Golden Hand? I'll tell him, but I can't imagine he'll care. Why is he so rude? God bless you. Now be off. Huh. Huh. Well. I seem unhappy to see you, Master Andreas. Why is the abbot so angry with you? At the end of my stay in Tassing, there was a murder at Kelsaw Abbey. A nobleman. Father Guinot panicked and accused my friend, Brother Piero, of committing the crime. He helped convince the investigating archdeacon that another monk was responsible. Prior friend, he was executed for the crime. You got someone killed? No. I collected evidence and presented it truthfully. The Archbishop took that into consideration when they made their decision. Oh, you couldn't let your friend die. Why did you mention it before? I suppose it must have been a hard situation if the abbot is still this mad at you. I had to make some difficult choices. Maybe they were the wrong ones. I've had to live with that. Well, why did we come here if you're not welcome? I wanted to pay my respects to Brother Piero. To be honest, I'm not looking forward to returning to Nuremberg. It's commission. It's an obscene vanity piece under pretext of a religious scene. My patrons just want to celebrate themselves and their wealth. Dread each new commission more than the last. Each step I take towards home is agonizing. Master, you're famous and rich. Your work is wonderful. When I saw your altarpiece in Nuremberg, I begged my father to help me become your apprentice. I don't understand how you could accomplish all that you have and be unhappy. I thought I wanted to be like my father, like my brothers. I thought that was my dream. Once I wanted this life so much that it consumed my every waking thought. I don't know if I've changed or what I wanted was never really real. Maybe I've been a fool this whole time. I want I want life as an artist to be better for you, Casper. Learn from my mistakes, alright? Alright. Yes, Master Andreas. I shouldn't be burdening you with such dark thoughts, Casper. Let's visit my old Finn class. It's been too long. As you like, Master Andreas. Okay. Hello, Andreas. How are you enjoying your stay? In the best room we have. Hope you find it to your liking. Was there anything else? No, thank you. Till later. Till then? Alright. So, I'm going to be stopping shortly. Good day, Master Mahler. Like, there's all sorts of... Master Mahler, is it? Hello and welcome to the Golden Hand. I'm Nico Berger. I own this land house and run it with my wife, Anna, and our son, Killian. I believe my boy helps you to room. Is it to your liking? I'm glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. When you arrived in town, one of the locals said you lived here a few years back. Yes, I work for the Abbey as an artist. Ah, I see. But you were involved in solving a murder. I heard it was the prior at the Abbey. Baron was a sacrifice in some diabolical spell that the brother was casting. No, he wasn't casting a spell. The Baron wasn't a sacrifice. Did you hear that? Oh, bits and beeps. It's become like a telephone game, basically. Sounds like the story has changed in the last 7 years. No offense, Master Marler. I just find it to be an interesting story. Not a story, it's something that happened. 2 people died. Of course. Again, I meant no offense. Well, I'll leave you to your day. Until later. Till then. Samuel. Hello, Andreas. Do I know you? Samuel? Like, all these people are new people. Otto! Just do it. You know what's the right thing. I don't understand why this is so hard for you. Otto, I'm scared. It's dangerous to cross the Abbot. Would you prefer the alternative? You don't need to do that, Otto. It's Andreas Mahler. It's good to see you again, old friend. Otto, you're looking well. My apprentice, Casper Siegler, from Salzburg. Good day. Ah, that answers that. I thought he might be our son. We don't grow them that fast, even in Nuremberg. They grow fast enough around here. Eva and I just had our first. Little Otto, though we call him Oates. There's Oates. There's Eva. Congratulations to you both. That's you both. That's wonderful news. Thank you. It's been a trial with Dadgun. But Clara and Ursula help out when they can. There's Ursula. There's Clara. He lived a surprisingly long time, considering his profession and previous stroke. Not long enough for me. Not long enough for odds. Dr. Stoles was another stroke. While he was sleeping, thankfully. I know Eva wrote to you about my father's death, Andreas. Why didn't you write back? I'm sorry. Things got busy after Tassing. It's known to happen with children. Much as I love whiling away the hours in the meadow, I have a lot to attend to. Otto, I'll see you at the meeting. Later. Andres, until later. Until then. Is this about a meeting? Okay. I'm not the prodigal son. He took over his father's farm after Franz died. Franz died? Oh man, R.I.P. Franz. He's been a much better husband to Brigitte and a provider for Kat. Franz died. How's little wolf? Franz's heart gave out. Local legend says he was screaming at Kat and he dropped. What? Not that I wasn't anyone to suffer, but few were sad to see that man go. And little wolf, he died a few months after you left. I think Martin still feels guilty about it. We picked an interesting time to visit. By the time Commons in a while. I think you'll be interested to hear what I had to say. Tell him to come too. He's been dragging his feet. Until later. Okay. Well, nice to see the, What? Andreas, I heard you were back in Tassing. Bless you. God bless you, Father Thomas. It's good to see you again. This visit will be less eventful than your last. Tassing has a lot going on as it is. We have our bonfire for St. John's Eve tomorrow night. People get up to all sorts of mischief. It's my job to hear the confessions of the day that follows. Not to mention the grumbling the peasants are making. That's just talk, brother. No need to scare our guests with such things. Sure, if there's trouble, Master Meyer will be the first to stick his nose in it. Easy enough for you to come and go. You don't have to live with the consequences. After Ferric was executed, Father Abbot made Mattia the new prior. Ferric may be a bit annoyed, but Mattia's even worse. Thanks for that. Would have been it would have been better if you for everyone if you simply allowed Piero to die. After all, he only had a few years left anyway. Friends, there's no need for such ire. Forgive me, Father Thomas. I let my passions get the better of me. Besides, that's not why I came down here. God, what a jerk. I actually came to speak to you on the abbot's behalf, Andreas. Father Gimel would like to invite you to come to the library tomorrow morning if you're interested in purchasing some of our books. Are things so bad that the abbot has to sell off Kirson's greatest treasures? The abbey needs money more than it needs the extinct parchments. No one values these books anymore. Except perhaps you. The library is not quite ready yet, as it does not see much use. You can come by tomorrow morning. Mother Limonada can show you what's available. Mother Limonada? Yes, since Mother Cecilia passed a few years ago. Ooh. She died. Peacefully. In her sleep. So, tomorrow morning? I'll come by to take a look. Andreas, I apologize for my harsh words before. It was rash. But Piero was a pious man and a skilled artist. In this. I'm so glad you two were able to work things out. Good. This is tomorrow. Alright, cool. So, who else is still around? Is the widow still around? Oh wow, I think she's gone. I think she has left us. The Bauer farm. This is the Gertner farm now. Okay, so we are still early in the day. And in Northtown, what's going up here? The Rat House construction is going smoothly. I wonder if they'll finish it for the Rat House. Community hall where people meet, typically a council that governs day-to-day affairs. Okay. Interesting. The Rat House. Okay, so alright, it's about time for me to... Oh no, I got a few more minutes. Go to Town Commons. Good time. Hello, Master Mallow. Who else is around, is what I'm wondering. This is the kind of, okay, this is strange. Well, I can stop by the Drucker house at least. Magdalene! Oh, yeah, I'll have a new one. Andreas. Sorry, Klaus. I know it's been a long time. 7 years. 7 years and nothing from my friend Andreas. First Bert, then Marie just after Magdalene was born. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Should have written. You lost. Dang. The business seems to have grown. What are you printing? The 12 articles. They were originally written by Swabian peasants who were demanding changes from their lords. Freedom from serfdom, freedom to hunt and use the woods as God intended, freedom from compulsory labor, abolition of the inheritance tax, fair appraisal of rent, return of property to common use and ownership. Bavaria is Swabia, but their complaints are just as valid for the peasants of Tassing. Former duchy in the southern Holy Roman Empire, it was reformed as the Swabian Circle in 1512. It borders Bavaria to the west, the Swiss Confederacy to the south, and Austria to the east. Interesting. Huh. This must be what Otto was talking about later. He wanted me to bring you along. Yes, he asked. I may come, may not. The abbot has been squeezing the peasants for years. Now he's squeezing the town folks. The townsfolk. And we're pushing back. Calls us righteous, Andreas. Let's see, if you haven't seen the Gertners lately, you should visit them. No, I don't have to print these? Yes. Why? I didn't think he could read. Can't, but just about everyone in Elsa can. He speaks, I print. Trying to do my part, I suppose. I'm sorry. I'm still not in the mood for this late reunion. Come back for dinner tomorrow. You should go to the Commons. Hear what Otto has to say. What's saying? I understand. Of course, I will see you then. Good. Well, we're gone, Magdalene. You be good? Okay. Sorry, I haven't written people. How many people? Everyone, listen. Y'all know why we're here. Nothing I say will be a surprise. Hey! Nothing I'm going to say hasn't already been spoken behind closed doors. Whispered to your neighbors. Nothing I'm going to say is untruthful. So it's time we started saying it openly. Year after year, the Abbey has found new ways to tax peasants. Piece by piece, the Abbey has taken away our rights to use God's forests to support our families. All after law gets heaped upon us. Restrictions on how we can pay rent. Limits on where we can move. Who we can wed. And now the death tax, which once claimed only our best animal and garment, takes half our estate. No consideration for widows. No consideration for children. What about the town council, the Rathhouse? Surely that's a sign the abbot wishes to share his power, to listen to our grievances. You have a good heart, Ulrich. You always want to see the best in people, but no. The council's a way for the abbot to divide us, pit a favored few against the many. This is not charity. No. Only greed and desperation. No, I lost my hat forever. Only greed and desperation drive Father Gonneau. You'd think that if the abbot could, he'd steal a dead man's soul from heaven itself. And when we protested, what did Father Gonneau do? He locked the shrine of St. Maurice. He won't allow the people of this town, the farmers of this land, to pray before the relic. Now, when we most need the intersection of our saint, the abbot has shut us out. You know his actions aren't just. They are Christian. We've endured this abuse for too long. I have a bad feeling about Otto. It's time we let the abbot know that we won't take it anymore. Here, here. Too right. Yes. This has to stop. Let's fix this. Stop. This is foolish. Soldiers are already patrolling nearby towns. If you push against the abbey, you'll incur the Duke's wrath. You could get the town razed and everyone killed. I feel bad about what's about to happen to Otto. That is right. The Duke is a powerful force in Bavaria. Playing a dangerous game, Otto. You are no match for trained soldiers. If you don't relent, you'll be ground into dust just like the Swabian peasants. We can always grind you up instead, Lindhart. They might be right if there are already soldiers about. They might be right if there are already soldiers about. Must stand for what's right. Don't be shy. Speak up if you have cause. We won't be overrun. The peasants of Salzburg were able to take the city and have their cause heard. Small city on the river Salzach and founded on Roman ruins. Rumors of violence and rebellion in the city are becoming more common. Casper's hometown. The people can get the Archbishop of Salzburg to listen to them. We can do the same with the abbot. Master Andreas, do you think my family in Salzburg is alright? Oh no. Maybe we should go to Salzburg after this. Enough is enough. We can't stand by them while the abbot continues treating us poorly. People all over Swabia are taking back their God-given rights. Why shouldn't we do the same? Righteous calls. Martin's right. We deserve better. We can do this. Well spoken, Martin. Everyone ought to consider what he said. Martin's proved dependable these last few years. But if the words of men can't persuade you, perhaps a sign from a greater power will. The abbot may have locked us out of our saint's shrine. God has shown me that he is with us. I think that's all I should say for now. Thank you for coming. Alright. Good day, Andreas. It's been too long. It's lovely to see you again. Hello, Andreas. I'm surprised to see you after your long absence from Tassing. At this rate, we thought we'd never see you again. I was on the way back to Nuremberg, actually. I wondered how you all were getting on. Oh, things are not good at all. In the middle of a strange season. Ah, you found the Gertners. Your speech was very rousing, Otto. I swear, they get better each time. I hope the Duke doesn't catch word of this, Otto. The town could suffer for it. Past the point of caring, Mahler. If you were in our position, you'd understand that. Otto, did you really see a sign from God? Is it true? Which one did I say in court? I ended up accusing the prior. But, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily right. It is Andreas, I swear. Come talk to me later. I'll tell you what I can, alright? Alright. Go ahead. Table's a little sparse lately, but we'll be sure to feed you well. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, not sure who it actually ended up being, but at the same time, yeah, I'm not too certain. This seems like a game that you can kind of get a different result depending on your situation, depending on how you collect the evidence. But yeah, thanks for stopping in, by the way. I'm just about to wrap up, actually. I've been playing for 7 hours and finished Act 1, starting Act 2. And I am about to find somewhere to raid out. First of all, I want to say thank you to... Gosh, who we got? Who did we have? We had raids from the Tank Williams. We had a raid from Lunar Cat. We had a raid from Chorby SP. We had a raid from Smokey Joe TV. Follows from Lunar Cat and Marat LP. Lunar Cat 77. And thank you, yes, I was gonna thank you, Boxy, for the lurk. Yeah, thanks for anybody that's watching, really. Whether you're chatting or lurking or catching this on a VOD, thank you so much. Oh, and I cannot forget to mention thank you, Birday, for the Prime sub. Super appreciated. But yeah. Hope everyone, well, I did my best to sort of, present this game as it is. It's kind of kind of an interesting game. It's an interesting game to stream. It just feels like so unlike anything else, other than maybe like, well, adventure, like a point-and-click adventure, maybe, or like a visual novel. But it's so cool as far as the way the story rolls out and just how open-ended the game can be. It's really something else. So, but yeah, thank you again for anybody that's watching, no matter what the circumstances. Yeah, it's really good. I'm gonna play this tomorrow and the next day as well. So I expect that I'll probably be. I'm guessing that it, depending on who you accuse, there's multiple branching paths with the story, because this says chapter 4. So it's another aspect of this rewards multiple playthroughs just to get different things. So, yeah, we'll see how this goes tomorrow. I'll be back on at 10 p.m. Central US.